According to legend, in 1819, a group of men bury a fabulous treasure in the Virginia countryside.
Of gold and silver and jewels worth tens of millions of dollars.
Their leader, Thomas Beale, writes down the treasure's location in a secret code. He entrusts an innkeeper with its safekeeping, vowing to return. But then Thomas Beale vanishes.
Not only does Thomas Beale disappear, his whole party disappears. It's a complete mystery.
Years later, two brothers, George and Clayton Hart, take up the challenge of cracking Beale's mysterious code to recover his glittering treasure. During their 50-year quest, they turn to the world's most famous code breakers and even the supernatural.
But when someone is hot on the trail of a treasure, they will use every possible means at their disposal.
In the 19th century, a seance was science. He genuinely believes that mesmerism will uncover the location of this treasure.
Theirs is an extraordinary quest to unravel the mystery of Thomas Beale's lost treasure. The story begins in southern USA in 1897 at the offices of the Norfolk and Western Railroad Company in Roanoke, Virginia. Clayton Hart, a 25-year-old clerk, spent his working day transcribing documents for his employer.
A man like Clayton Hart, his life is rather humdrum and boring, I think. A lot of rote clerical work, and I can imagine that he is looking at the world and saying there must be something more than my workaday existence.
One summer morning, a senior colleague asked Hart to make copies of a document. It was a routine request, but this document was far from ordinary.
Clayton Hart looks at the papers, and they've got sets of numbers on them. There's no context, no clues, no history, nothing. It's just numbers. What are they for? Where does this lead?
Clearly, these numbers are meant to signify something. They can engender that spark of curiosity. I must find out what this means.
Hart's colleague explained that he believed the numbers could reveal the location of an extraordinary treasure. Buried for almost a century under the Virginia soil. As far as he knew, the treasure still lay undiscovered out there somewhere.
This clerk in this big office can just suddenly imagine a completely different world and can imagine an adventure that is seeming to stare him right in the face. So you could see how that would be very exciting, a very exciting prospect, and the opportunity to break out of his humdrum existence.
So Clayton Hart doesn't know at this particular moment, of course, that this is going to be his life's work. He's going to dedicate his entire life to discovering the location of this treasure hoard.
Clayton Hart made his own copies of the numbered pages, and from his family home in Roanoke, began work to decipher the strange and puzzling codes.
The question is, does Clayton Hart have a chance of solving this cipher? He's an amateur, but it's not a big mathematical cipher. There's a trick to it. Maybe he can solve this.
Clayton scoured the code for clues. He tried to identify patterns and establish relationships between the numbers. But after weeks of effort, he had got nowhere. He desperately needed to find a new lead if he had any hope of getting his hands on the buried treasure.
So if you can't figure out the code, you can at least figure out who was the author of the code. What kind of a person was this author?
He begins to speculate that perhaps if he had some biographical information, some knowledge about where they came from, then he could begin to try and unpick these codes.
Hart made inquiries and soon received his first clue. He discovered that a man named James Ward had published a strikingly similar code in a pamphlet printed 12 years earlier in Lynchburg, Virginia.
When Clayton Hart finds out about a pamphlet that was written only a decade before that, very similar sounding to what he's got, he's very excited. He has to go and see it. This is the only real clue he's got that isn't a number.
Hart set out for Lynchburg, 50 miles away to the east. He scoured the city's bookshops for the mysterious pamphlet. Eventually, he found it. A small, 20-page booklet published in 1885 by a James B. Ward.
What he reads is the Beal papers, containing authentic statements regarding the treasure buried in 1819 and 1821 near Beaufort's in Bedford County, Virginia.
On closer inspection, Hart noticed that the pamphlet contained 3 sets of numbers. The same numbers that had been puzzling him for weeks.
You can almost feel his heart start to pound as he recognizes that this is the very same material that he has, which must have convinced him. Wow, this is too much to be coincidental. There must be something true. This must be true.
What an exciting thing. What's been a set of numbers is now treasure, actual treasure. Could it get any better than that?
Clayton Hart had hit the jackpot. But who was the Beal referred to in the title? And where was the mysterious treasure buried? Hungry for more clues, Clayton Hart read the pamphlet from cover to cover. Its pages contained a tangled story of mystery and intrigue. Hart learned that in 1821, a mystery man was a guest at the Washington Hotel in Lynchburg. He gave his name as Thomas Beale. He entrusted the hotel's proprietor, Robert Morris, with a locked box for safekeeping.
This seems strange to us, but actually this was quite common. At this time, an innkeeper is actually one of the most trustworthy people that you can hand documents to. So many people would hand documents and private possessions to an innkeeper for safekeeping.
Beale then disappeared without a trace. But several months later, Morris the innkeeper received word from his former guest.
It was a letter from St. Louis instructing Morris that If Beale does not return after a certain period of time, 10 years, that Morris is to open this mysterious locked box.
Hart read that Morris waited 23 years before opening the box. Inside, he discovered a stack of papers.
One of which is a letter addressed to him. And in it is this fantastic account of how Thomas Beale came by this vast amount of gold and treasure while he was journeying in the West.
The story goes that in 1817, Beale and a group of companions set out into the West to hunt buffalo. They journeyed from their home in Virginia across country towards the Rocky Mountains of Colorado. Whilst exploring the rugged terrain, some of Beale's men made an amazing discovery.
So he tells the story that as they are hunting these buffalo, they stumble on a gold mine.
The men abandoned the buffalo hunt and began extracting the gleaming ore.
They spend 18 months, the 30 of them, toiling away, pulling out thousands of pounds of gold and silver, and they debate what it is that they want to do with this. How do they want to store it? How do they share it with their families?
Clayton Hart read that Beale and his men had decided to take their wealth back to Virginia. En route, they stopped in St. Louis. There, they traded the ore for gold coins, silver bars, and precious jewels. They then transported their booty back to Virginia in two separate trips, one in 1819 and another in 1821. At that time, banks were not considered to be safe, so they stashed their fortune in a top-secret location in Virginia's Blue Ridge Mountains. The pamphlet explained. Beale then encoded the treasure's hidden location in an enciphered message. Hart was captivated. Could this treasure really be buried in the Virginia mountains? Hart read that along with the letter, Morris the innkeeper had found 3 sheets of paper inside the mysterious box. On each was written line after line of what seemed like random numbers. The pamphlet explained that these numbers form 3 enciphered messages written by Beale. Paper 1 contained the exact location of the treasure. Paper 2 was an inventory of the treasure. And paper 3 was a list of to whom the treasure belonged.
This is the moment where it all links together. It's perfect. It's a treasure hunt, and he's on the treasure hunt. It's his treasure.
The question was, could this code be cracked to reveal the treasure's location? Clayton Hart turned the page, searching for more clues. He read that the innkeeper, Morris, spent nearly 20 years trying to crack the codes. But the challenge defeated him. He passed the codes and Beale's letters to an unnamed friend. That friend then wrestled with the problem for years and eventually made a breakthrough on paper too.
Morris's unnamed friend makes a really good guess that what he's looking at in these ciphers is a dictionary cipher where each number tells you the index of a word in a book or paper or something. And by looking at the first letter of that word, you can decrypt the message. He tries lots of different books. He tries the Declaration of Independence. And wonderfully, marvelously, it comes out.
Starting by consecutively numbering the words of the declaration, the innkeeper's friend began to decode the second paper. He referenced the code's numbers to the first letters of the numbered declaration's words, and amazingly, Beale's cipher began to unravel.
So using the Declaration of Independence and going through these numbers, you might end up with the letters from the beginning, I-H-A-V-E-D-E-P. I have deposited, and then the rest of the message comes out in that way.
The pamphlet contained a full transcription of the decoded second paper. It was as though Thomas Beale was speaking to Clayton Hart from beyond the grave.
I have deposited in the county of Bedford, about 4 miles from Beaufort's, in an excavation or vault, the following articles. The first deposit consisted of 1,014 pounds of gold and 3,812 pounds of silver. The second consisted of 1,907 pounds of gold and 1,288 pounds of silver. Also, jewels obtained in St. Louis and valued at $13,000.
Clayton Hart was overwhelmed. Here, in black and white, was not only evidence that the treasure was real, but also what it was worth. A truly phenomenal sum that today would be worth over $60 million. The pamphlet also included one vital clue to its location, that it was buried underground about 4 miles from a place called Beaufort's Tavern.
So, from the perspective of Clayton Hart, this is wonderful news because it means that the codes can actually be cracked.
Hart was stunned. It then occurred to him, if the Declaration of Independence was the key to the second Beale paper, maybe other well-known published texts could unlock the first paper, the one that contained the precise location of the treasure. He was convinced that he was on the verge of becoming rich beyond his wildest dreams. Hart headed back to Roanoke, keen to test his theory. He enlisted the help of his brother, George, a trainee lawyer with dreams of opening offices in Washington, D.C.
Of the two brothers, he's the more rational, more skeptical of the two. And Clayton tells his brother about what he's found, and his brother becomes interested.
Clayton described his discoveries, and the two brothers began trying to trace the vital keys to the cipher-encoded papers. they began to examine paper 1 that contained the treasure's location.
What the Hart brothers try to do now is they try loads of different books and loads of different strategies with books.
They count words in different ways. Perhaps it's every word, perhaps it's every other word, perhaps you start numbering at the end, perhaps you take the second letter. So they try many different methods of trying to solve paper number 1.
The brothers toiled for weeks, hunting for the key text that would unlock the location of Thomas Beale's treasure.
But there are so many books, and you don't have to start on page 1. You don't have to even start on the first word of a page. You can start anywhere. So where do you start? They try all kinds of things, but nothing really bites, nothing really works.
After weeks of effort, the treasure's location was still locked in the code. It was clear the Harts must attack the puzzle from a different angle. So Clayton suggested a fresh and unconventional approach to their problem. He proposed that they could unlock the treasure's location through the power of mesmerism.
Mesmerism is a 19th century and early 20th century science. By a combination of hypnotism and electrical currents, a subject would be rendered into a state of trance where they could cross over into another realm and they would describe what they were seeing.
During the 1890s, Clayton Hart had witnessed these techniques in practice.
It's wonderful work.
And had subsequently educated himself in the arts of mesmerism and hypnotism. He was convinced that he could mesmerize a medium and guide them back through time to Bedford County in 1819. The subject would see through the eyes of one of Beale's men and identify the location of the buried treasure.
Clayton Hart is not an irrational man. He genuinely believes that this application of a scientific process of mesmerism will uncover the location of this treasure.
One year later, in early 1898, the brothers agreed to conduct a seance. For this, they required a suitable medium. Clayton enlisted the help of a local 18-year-old man who had shown promise as a clairvoyant and crystal ball reader. George Hart sized him up as mild-mannered and seemingly disinterested in what was about to happen. Clayton began the mesmerism process.
A typical mesmerist will sit an individual down in a chair and lay their hand upon the median nerve on the top of their arm and press hard to make a connection. The subject would then be handed into their other hand a mesmerist's coin, a piece of zinc wound with wire, so something like a battery. Then the mesmerist would rub their hands up and down this person's arm towards their head, sending a spasm through the individual, which would render them unconscious, insensible, and they would cross over into another realm where they would describe their visions.
The Harts could see that the mesmerism process was working as the medium gazed into the crystal ball and, as if transfixed, took on an unfamiliar personality.
He begins to speak like this rough-hewn, backcountry, early 19th century man would have. He's mouthing words through a body and a persona that seems to have really changed into a whole new person from the past.
Believing that the medium was seeing events from the past, Clayton Hart ordered him to journey to Buford's Tavern in November 1819. to the day before the treasure was buried. The medium described that he could see a group of men inside the tavern building. He then followed the man who appeared to be their leader, Thomas Beale, upstairs. According to the medium, Beale placed his saddlebags on the bed and opened one of its pouches. Inside was a fortune in precious jewels.
When he sees the treasure, the boy declares, "I've never seen such a hoard in all my life. It beats any jeweler's show I've ever seen." And the Hart brothers are amazed.
Clayton ordered the medium to go outside the tavern and investigate the party's wagons.
The subject describes looking into the pots that are on these wagons and seeing gold and silver within these pots.
This first-person commentary seems to be just so vivid and so true to them that it provides just another brick in that wall, that foundation that they're building to support this story.
Now convinced that the treasure was real, Clayton Hart focused his medium on identifying its secret location. He ordered him to follow the men's movements the next day when they went out to bury the treasure.
According to the subject in the seance, he is describing that these two men who are out in the woods near Buford's Tavern are digging a hole, and that they are paving it with stones. And on these stones, they are placing pots, placing more stones on top of the pots. And this is matching exactly what is in the Beale papers in terms of what is described about where the treasure has been hidden.
All of a sudden, the medium snapped out of his mesmerized state.
Their mesmerized subject gives them everything they need, except where the treasure is. But he fills out the story so beautifully, so vividly. It's like he was right there with Thomas Beale.
The Hart brothers took stock of what exactly had just occurred.
George is a skeptic. Clayton is a true believer, and they are not sure whether or not this evidence is real evidence or not. The boy has said something. Is it debatable? Is it up for questioning? So they begin to chat with one another about whether or not they should follow this lead.
Then the medium spoke. He told the brothers that he could lead them to the very spot where the treasure was buried.
They say, how can it get any better? And they think, he can lead us to the treasure. The Harts really want this to be true.
In the spring of 1899, George and Clayton Hart headed out into Virginia's Blue Ridge Mountains. Along with their 18-year-old medium, they scrambled through the wooded countryside. They headed for an inn that was once called Buford's Tavern, as the Beale papers had stated that the treasure was buried close by.
They take the subject of the seance, and he's hypnotized again. He then proceeds, hound dog-like, to sniff his way back to the spot where he remembers that this treasure is buried.
the three men tramped 4 miles through overgrown woodland. Suddenly, the medium stopped before darting off into the woods.
He seems to know right where he's going. He jumps across a stream. He goes up a hill down into an area where there's a little depression in the ground, and he acts as though he can see the treasure. Look, there it is. It's right there.
This had to be the spot where Thomas Beale had buried his legendary treasure. For 6 hours, they shoveled load after load of moist Virginia soil.
They're digging, and digging is hard work, but there's always that hope of treasure that keeps them going. And they're getting tired. They've been at it for several hours, and then it's Clayton's turn. And he digs, and clunk. He hits a stone, a big stone.
Tingling with anticipation, the brothers cleared the dirt from the stone's edges.
Treasure hunters live for a moment like this. They've been working so hard for so long, deciphering the codes, mesmerizing young boys, and what they end up finding is a hollow stone, and they think, wow, this is my moment. This is the moment where we're going to uncover Thomas Beale's treasure.
But there was nothing underneath. Frustrated, Clayton asked the medium if they had made a mistake. Where was the treasure?
Then he says, no, it's not there. And he points to an area that's underneath an oak tree, saying, there, can't you see it?
George Hart had lost all faith in their medium. The decision was made to return home. The next morning, Clayton still believed that the treasure was within his grasp.
He's clearly bought into this story lock, stock, and barrel, and is devoted, I think, so much of his own energy to this that he just can't accept that this is the end of the road. So without his brother, he actually then goes back to the spot, to the oak tree. But this time, instead of shovels, he brings dynamite.
In a desperate last attempt, Clayton Hart set the charge, lit the touch paper, and ran. When the air cleared, Clayton frantically started digging. But again, nothing. Thomas Beale's riches had eluded him once again. The next 4 years passed without any progress. But Clayton Hart remained as keen as ever to find Beale's lost treasure.
Clayton Hart is a true believer He thinks that one new lead is all that it'll take for him to uncover the hidden treasure.
He returned to the Beale papers and focused in on the pamphlet's publisher, James B. Ward.
He decides to go and find out who he is and see what he's got to say, and if he can help find the treasure.
Clayton Hart made inquiries. Who was the mysterious Mr. Ward?
Clayton Hart finds out that James Ward is indeed a real person, and he lives in Lynchburg, not that far from where they are. So he goes to try and find him.
He journeyed to Lynchburg to meet Ward. Hart recounted the brothers' adventures trying to find Beale's lost treasure and asked if Ward had any new leads.
And Ward tells Hart point blank, everything in the pamphlet I published is true. Everything that you read about the expedition and the gold and Robert Morris and the unnamed friend cracking the code, it's all true.
But Ward couldn't provide any further details. Nothing that could help Clayton find the treasure. Clayton returned to Roanoke in despair. The last living connection to the mystery had led nowhere, and the location of Beale's riches remained unknown. It was another 20 years before the Hart brothers got their next lead. George Hart was by this time a qualified lawyer, living in Washington, D.C. In 1924, he read a magazine article about a Colonel George Fabian and the work of American codebreakers during the First World War.
He was the founder of what's effectively an independent code-breaking research facility, a think tank, that was of great use to the American military in the First World War. And Hart thinks, wow, maybe Fabian's crew can crack this code.
With Clayton's blessing, George Hart mailed Colonel Fabian with the story of the brothers' adventures, together with the codes and all the information they knew about the mystery. Intrigued, Fabian wrote back to George Hart.
The problem has my interest, and I am writing in the vain hope that either you or Clayton Hart can give us further information, because the psychology of it is about all we have to go on in picking our point of attack. In the meantime, we will retain the pamphlet and work on it as we can find the time to do so.
Fabian pointed out what the Hart brothers already knew, that in order to crack the ciphers on papers 1 and 3, he first needed to discover the correct keys.
But he said, it's difficult. It's very difficult, if not impossible, to break a code in a vacuum, devoid of all context that we understand. And so in some sense, this response, which Hart hoped would really be sort of a magic key to open this lock, is simply more of what they already understood, which is that until you really know more about how this code was created, cracking it is fiendishly difficult.
Fabian's attempts to decipher the Beale papers went nowhere. He decided to enlist the talents of his 2 top cryptologists. William and Elizabeth Friedman were both accomplished code breakers and pioneers of new cryptographic techniques born out of the First World War.
William and Elizabeth Friedman are two probably of the most famous code breakers in the United States. They would often look at some of these unsolved ciphers and sort of crack them for fun.
The Friedmans studied the Beale ciphers and applied their expertise to the problem of breaking them.
Friedmans look at these ciphers and they use their toolbox. But the difference between them and other people is that William Friedman invented the toolbox. So when he and his wife look at this thing, they look with incredibly piercing vision.
The more the Friedmans looked at the Beale papers, the more they suspected they were not what they claimed to be. In a letter to Clayton Hart written in 1938, Elizabeth Friedman gave their damning verdict.
Such maps, when examined, have almost invariably proved to be forgeries, foisted upon an unsuspecting public which, thanks to the double lure of buried treasure and cryptographic form, have persisted throughout the years since they first appeared in 1885. It is likewise believed that the cryptogram which you forwarded is nothing more or less than a hoax.
In other words, the Friedmans were confident that the Harts had wasted their time on a wild goose chase.
It is perhaps the most crippling sort of blow to the belief of the Harts and other people that this could possibly be an actual story, an actual true story. That the code-breaking experts of the time come to the conclusion that there's no truth in this at all.
The Friedmans had no doubt that the story of Thomas Beale's treasure was a cleverly written hoax, probably created to sell pamphlets. But if it was a hoax, who had perpetrated it? One theory points the finger at a Lynchburg newspaper editor named John William Sherman.
In 1885, John William Sherman purchases the Lynchburg Virginian newspaper. Very quickly, the Lynchburg Virginian gets into financial difficulties, and Sherman, who is known as a famous writer of dime novels, strikes upon an idea that perhaps to reverse the fortunes of the Lynchburg Virginian, he should publish something that sells.
Some researchers now believe that Sherman created the Beale papers as a money spinner.
It makes a lot of sense if you think about it. He certainly had the experience and the background and had the motive in being in a difficult financial position with his newspaper.
There is another piece of evidence that supports this theory. Advertisements for the Beale papers pamphlet ran a total of 84 times from 1885, and only ever in one newspaper, the Lynchburg Virginian.
Who on earth would publish an advert 84 times? Who could afford to do that? The only person that could really do that would be the owner, John William Sherman.
And there's one more startling connection. Sherman's first cousin was none other than the man Clayton Hart had visited in 1903. The publisher of the Beale papers, James B. Ward.
John Sherman cannot publish the Beale papers under his own name. He's well known in Virginia as the editor of this newspaper, and it's known that he's also in financial difficulties. So he enlists his cousin to act as agent, James Ward, finishing the deception and authenticating the texts as true.
In other words, it seems there never was a Beal or a treasure. The whole thing was a fabrication. But Clayton Hart was convinced that the papers were real. He went to his grave, believing that Thomas Beale's treasure was out there somewhere. Despite the evidence that the Beale papers were a hoax, the mystery still continued to intrigue treasure hunters and code breakers alike. In the 1960s, a computer scientist named Carl Hammer entered the quest to decipher the mysterious Beale codes. He put the number sequences through the most advanced computers of the day. He even identified patterns in the ciphers, but still, he failed to crack the codes. In the 1980s, a historical journal from the 1820s emerged that told of a party closely fitting the description of Beale's. Was this evidence that Thomas Beale and his men really had existed? And if Beale was real, was the treasure also?
We know that Beale and his associates didn't return for the box that they had entrusted with Morris, and that Beale disappears after the 1820s. So, what happened to Thomas Beale? Did something sinister happen? Did he go and dig up the treasure himself? There are many possible outcomes in 19th century America.
One theory is that Beale and his party may have returned to retrieve their precious booty. Another is that before they could do so, they came to an untimely end. If that's the case, then Beale's treasure could still lie undiscovered. Clayton and George Hart spent 50 years of their lives trying to solve the mystery of Beale's treasure. A mystery that continues to captivate treasure hunters and code breakers to this day.
The Beale ciphers, the Beale papers, are a source of incredible interest to people, and they continue to be even 100 years later. And they will be 200 years later, because, and I speak as a literary critic, they are so well written. I myself don't think there is treasure sitting somewhere in Virginia. I think there is a person who published an absolutely fantastic adventure story.
To those who do believe the legend, there is a fortune in gold, silver, and jewels, buried 6 feet under the Virginia soil. And finding it is simply a matter of cracking the mystery of Thomas Beale's codes.
If people just forget about the legends, if they can just look at the numbers, everything you need to know is in the numbers. For me, the Beale ciphers are crackable, but it's a mystery. It's a great mystery.
According to legend, he was Britain's greatest king.
The name of King Arthur resonates very deeply with the British.
King Arthur led his knights of the Round Table from Camelot, a vast, spectacular castle built on a hill. But was the legend of Camelot based on reality, or simply a myth?
It's a very fuzzy and vague place. It's glorious and it's glamorous.
If King Arthur really did exist, then the remains of his castle Camelot should lie buried somewhere in Britain. But where? In the 1960s, a team of archaeologists used the latest technology to try to prove the legend was real. They were led by Leslie Alcock, a brilliant, energetic showman who brought modern archaeology into the mainstream.
And in 1966,
Leslie Alcock was one of the rock and roll archaeologists of his day.
Alcock identified a hill in Somerset, close to Glastonbury, as the most likely location for Camelot. But could he really prove it was the site of King Arthur's castle? If he succeeded, it would be one of the most important archaeological discoveries of the 20th century. The man who would lay claim to Camelot was born in Manchester in 1925. As a boy, Leslie Alcock was a brilliant student, determined to better himself both mentally and physically.
Dad seems to have been full of energy and drive. I found in his cycling diaries that he used to cycle 30 miles a day before going to school in the mornings. And you see that intellectually as well.
He won a scholarship to Manchester Grammar and then another to Brasenose College, Oxford. But his education was interrupted. During the Second World War, Alcock was posted to India, where he joined the 7th Gurkha Rifles. He became fascinated by the subcontinent's history and archaeology. He learnt that the past isn't just what people write in textbooks, but often something tangible, hidden in the ground. In India, he would eventually go on to work for one of Britain's most flamboyant archaeologists, Sir Mortimer Wheeler.
The story I'm telling you is not fantasy.
Wheeler's role was quite crucial in a way. One of the newspaper reporters said if he hadn't turned into a great archaeologist, he'd have been a matinee idol.
Moreover, we can relate this evidence.
He was an amazingly charismatic character.
Which, it is agreed...
It's towards the end of his active life, but nonetheless, boy, could he still carry it on. And, I mean, terrible old goat still.
Dad was invited by Sir Mortimer Wheeler to work at Mohenjo-Daro, this incredibly important dig into the centre of the Indus civilization. And I think he was taken on for a lot for his language skills, for his ability to get on with the locals, as much for his archaeological skills.
In 1946, Alcock returned to a very different Britain to the one he had left. Post-war, with its empire crumbling, the country was shattered, hungry, and in need of a lift. A country desperate for new heroes. In the early 1950s, morale was boosted by the British expedition's conquest of Everest. And Roger Bannister breaking the 4-minute mile. Reminders that Britain could still be great.
He'd obviously used up his last ounce of energy, but what an achievement for Bannister and Britain.
But there was one hero from the past people turned to more than any other.
The modern growth of Arthur is something that happened after the Second World War, when people were thinking more about national roots, how they came to be so, and so forth.
There was a resurgence of interest in the Arthurian legends. I think primarily because King Arthur was seen as a figure who'd united his country in order to fight off Germanic invaders.
King Arthur was known as the once and future king. Legend said he would rise again and restore Britain to greatness.
Part of the story is that Arthur is not really dead. He's in the Isle of Avalon, or he's in a cave of sleep or somewhere. And the idea grew up that somehow or other Arthur would return and there would be a new golden age in Britain.
Such was the fascination with King Arthur. Post-war historians and archaeologists wanted to prove the legend was based on facts, not just myth, and that Britain's very identity was forged under the blade of the mighty king. King Arthur was supposed to have ruled in the Dark Ages, around 500 AD. He was said to have been born on the Cornish Isle of Tintagel, under the watchful eye of the wizard Merlin. The story goes that Arthur became the true king of the Britons, as only he could draw the sword Excalibur that had been set in stone. He valiantly defeated invaders who came across the sea from Europe, and in one battle, single-handedly killed 960 men.
He unified his country from warring factions. He defended it against invaders. He led a band of knights, the Knights of the Round Table, who were famous for their adventures, for finding the Holy Grail and rescuing damsels in distress.
And at the heart of the legend lies Camelot, Arthur's magnificent castle.
Sometimes it's said to have been built and designed by Merlin the magician. It's impregnable, it never falls to invaders, having several rings of walls around a central keep with great gatehouses and towers on them.
It's got to be a suitable place for a glorious king and his glorious court. So it's rich, it's towering ramparts, it's horses which are clad in marvellous armours and people in beautiful robes, all being very gracious. It's a fabulous place.
But separating the legend of Camelot from real history was almost impossible, because people weren't writing about events in Dark Age Britain. In fact, there were no history books at all. So there's no record of King Arthur or Camelot at the time. The first mention of Arthur was not until the 9th century, 300 years after he was supposed to have lived, in a book called the Historia Brittonum.
Historia Brittonum told a story about a historical Arthur who conducted a series of battles against the Anglo-Saxons and emerged from these battles as the great victor. The Arthur of Historia Brittonum isn't a king. He is given a title, Dux Bellorum, which just means the battle leader or war leader.
However, there is no mention of Camelot in the Historia Brittonum. But academics reasoned that a great war leader must have led from a great castle of some kind. Camelot the castle doesn't appear until the 12th century, when a writer called Geoffrey of Monmouth first mentions it, as well as King Arthur's magnificent Round Table. He depicted Arthur's court as a place of chivalry, where the king treated all knights as equals.
Geoffrey of Monmouth concocted his History of the Kings of Britain. This has its centrepiece, the life and career of King Arthur. It's the first place where, for example, his wife, Queen Guinevere, is mentioned, his fabulous court, his amazing weapons.
Thanks to Geoffrey of Monmouth, the legend of King Arthur and Camelot was born.
The idea that Arthur had a great castle as his court became increasingly inextricable from the legend of Arthur and his knights, who could now be seated around a round table in a magnificent castle.
But because the King Arthur of legend existed in the Dark Ages, not the Middle Ages, when the texts were written, there was no way of proving through recorded history alone that he actually lived. In fact, because recorded history was so scant, it was not until the 20th century that archaeologists began piecing together the story of Dark Age Britain, after the Romans had left, a time of supposed chaos and barbarism. The idea formed that maybe archaeology could offer answers where the history books had failed. And just maybe, the remains of King Arthur's great castle could be found, buried deep beneath the ground. It became one of the century's great quests of popular archaeology. When Leslie Alcock was growing up, one of the first to pioneer the new search for what was now being called Arthur's Britain was archaeologist Raleigh Radford. For 5 years, he excavated around the ruins of Arthur's legendary birthplace and what some believed had been his castle, the Isle of Tintagel in Cornwall. What he found were pottery fragments from half a world away. Fragments that completely contradicted notions of the Dark Ages. Incredibly, these fragments were from storage jars that once contained the luxury goods of their day, like wine and olive oil.
The importance of the Mediterranean pottery is it actually showed links with the late Roman world. To have this material suddenly coming in and recognized as being from dated contexts in the Mediterranean, it was a bolt of light.
Radford's pottery showed that rather than being chaotic, leaderless, and isolated, some Dark Age Britons were actually very different.
Raleigh Radford, with these fragments of high-status pottery, was demonstrating that far from a lapse into barbarism, a break with Rome, Roman traditions, Roman civilization and culture had still been continued by the Britons in the face of the invading Saxons.
Radford's discoveries raised the extraordinary question. If Dark Age Britons were trading in luxury goods, who would they have been destined for, if not a king or leader of some kind? Could Tintagel have been a receiving port for a leader in the west of Britain, where King Arthur supposedly reigned? Because of Radford's pioneering work, excitement grew that maybe King Arthur really had existed, and that archaeology might even turn up something with his name on it. Perhaps the mighty sword Excalibur, or the remains of the Round Table, maybe even Camelot itself. Among those profoundly influenced by Radford's discoveries was Leslie Alcock, who in the 1950s was an assistant lecturer in archaeology at Cardiff University. On his first major dig, Alcock stumbled across the Dark Ages, almost by accident.
He started digging at a site called Dinas Powys, just outside Cardiff, and he did that as a thinking that he was going to be dealing essentially with an Iron Age site.
To his great surprise, Alcock was able to prove the Iron Age hill fort at Dinas Powys had been reoccupied in the Dark Ages, 1,000 years later. Alcock's excavation sparked an interest in post-Roman Britain that would define his career. By the 1960s, he became fascinated by new technology and techniques in archaeology that he believed might get to the bottom of the King Arthur myth once and for all. And what better way to start than finding the site of Arthur's legendary castle? But in a country with dozens of claims to be the original site of Camelot, working out where to dig was the biggest challenge of all.
For Dad, archaeology started very much before the digging. And what I always found was he was always looking in what was written. So much is taking the writings, which the historical record, and trying to find out if this historical record is true, or the places talked about in the historical record, can we identify them?
By examining every mention of the castle in the hundreds of stories that had been written about King Arthur, Alcock gradually picked out the main candidates. In the Middle Ages, Geoffrey of Monmouth and the Romance writers had said that Camelot lay in Caerleon in Wales. But that was thought to be based on the presence of a Roman amphitheatre that looked like a giant round table. Another possible candidate was found in Mallory's Morte d'Arthur, published in 1485.
Sir Thomas Mallory tried to ground his version of the Arthurian legends, and he's very clear that Camelot is at Winchester.
Mallory's theory was based on what was thought to be King Arthur's round table, which hangs in the Great Hall in Winchester. Carbon dating has in fact shown it was made for King Edward I, 700 years after King Arthur was supposed to have existed. But it was the writings of John Leyland, antiquary to King Henry VIII, that really piqued Alcock's interest. In 1542, Leyland wrote that a hill next to the village of South Cadbury in Somerset was the location of King Arthur's Camelot.
Leyland quite specifically dismisses all other candidates for Camelot except for Cadbury. He picks up the camel name from the local village names, Queen's Camel, places like that. Leyland sees in these very steep slopes and the ramparts there and the material, he gets almost orgiastic about how marvellous and how brilliant it all is.
Leyland said generations of locals had called the hill Camelot, a fact that had even drawn the attention of Alcock's mentor in India, Sir Mortimer Wheeler.
They said that their tradition was, they'd been told by their fathers and their grandfathers that King Arthur used to resort to this place, and it was known as Camelot or Camelot. That's the only real evidence we have, a local tradition. It's quite possible, I won't say more than that there is a little element of truth in this.
Local author Geoffrey Ashe, who had written several books on King Arthur, was so convinced that Cadbury could be Camelot, he approached Raleigh Radford, asking him to dig the site.
Cadbury is big. The enclosure at the top is 18 acres. Raleigh Radford was very much interested in Arthur, but when I asked him, could we excavate Cadbury, his response was, it's too big, I wouldn't know where to start.
But then Radford changed his mind, thanks to the findings of a dog walker on the hill at Cadbury, Mary Harefield.
She would go up there to walk her dog. The dog's name was Caesar, and she would walk about in ploughed-up fields there and poke about with the ferrule of an umbrella, which is the most elementary form of archaeology.
Mary Harefield turned up fragments of pottery that she thought was unusual and presented it to Raleigh Radford.
Mary Harefield's fragments were almost identical to Radford's finds at Tintagel.
Raleigh Radford, who had a vast experience of excavation throughout the West Country, immediately recognised as what he called Tintagelware. High-status tableware, high-status storage jars, fragments, from the Eastern Mediterranean.
So oil, wine and other luxuries had been sent up from Tintagel to Cadbury for someone of high status, exactly at the time that King Arthur was supposed to have lived. And these weren't the only clues that made Alcock and Radford want to excavate what could have been King Arthur's castle. Cadbury had clearly been fortified at some time, its banks ridged with earthen ramparts, possibly to protect a large army, just as Arthur was supposed to have led. And it was located just 11 miles from Glastonbury, with its Arthurian associations, and would have been on the front line in battles with invading Anglo-Saxons pushing west. Even the Ordnance Survey map used to call it Camelot. Radford, Alcock, and Wheeler staked their reputations on discovering Camelot at Cadbury. Failure to find it wasn't an option. In 1965, the Camelot Research Committee sat for the first time, tasked with the excavation of South Cadbury. Sir Mortimer Wheeler agreed to be president, offering advice from afar. Wheeler compared their quest to the late 19th century discovery of an ancient city, also thought to be entirely fictitious, until archaeology had proved otherwise.
One of the things which Sir Mortimer Wheeler was very, very keen to stress was that it was possible for archaeologists to discover legendary locations. He said if Heinrich Schliemann could find Troy, then why shouldn't English archaeologists be able to find Camelot?
The man who had started the search for King Arthur at Tintagel, Raleigh Radford, was the committee's chairman. The last surviving member of the committee today is Arthurian author Geoffrey Ashe.
Well, I was co-founder and I was secretary. I was the one who wasn't actually an archaeologist. I kept the minutes and things like that and handled the correspondence.
Leslie Alcock was the final committee member, selected as the outstanding Dark Age archaeologist of the day.
Leslie, because of his reputation as an excavator and his knowledge because of Dinner's powers, as well as his wider archaeological knowledge, was invited to come on board and appointed as Director of Excavations.
Unlike Radford, Alcock was undaunted by the scale of Cadbury.
I think it was the challenge of South Cadbury, which is what appealed to Leslie. It's a time of big projects. The BBC were digging Silbury Hill for the first time, and South Cadbury was going to be, if he got the money, a big project.
But on a hilltop of 18 acres, working out just where to start digging was in many ways more of a challenge than digging itself. Alcock was pioneering in his early use of geophysical surveying in deciding where to excavate.
It's often said that Leslie Alcock was one of the rock and roll archaeologists of his day. He was actually at the cutting edge of the white heat of technology. He used every technological means at his disposal to make sure that when they finally got picks and shovels out, they were digging in the right place.
Di Morgan Evans was a young supervisor on the search for Camelot, who was tasked with using the new technology.
One of the clinches there was the use of what became called the soil anomaly detector, and rather than calling it SAD, it was called the banjo.
17.
It looked like a banjo. It had a round disc at one end and a box at the other, connected by a long metal pole.
25.
What you had to do is you laid out 20-metre grids and you walked along calling out measurements at every few intervals.
31.
These were then written down by somebody. It became really repetitive, boring. It was awful.
But it wasn't just advanced technology Alcock deployed to work out where to dig. He was prepared to humour some of Geoffrey Ash's New Age beliefs.
I use dowsing, sometimes called water divining, but it needn't be only water. It can detect other things. Leslie very generously allowed me to do it. Now, I think this was brave of him because we were working with the media breathing down our necks, and it could so easily have been made ridiculous to say that they're digging with dowsing rods.
Back at base, Alcock began to analyse the data from his geophysical surveys. He could tell the site was originally Iron Age, but could it have been reoccupied and refortified at the time of King Arthur? The banjo readings seemed to suggest so. There was only one way to know for sure.
When you're faced with a mass of preliminary evidence, there's only one way to resolve the problems and to sort it out, and that's to excavate.
But a dig of this scale needed a lot of money. The Camelot Research Committee had to somehow raise £15,000 to finance the excavation, the equivalent to almost £250,000 today. However, the committee knew just using the very word Camelot was guaranteed to get people's attention. In America, Camelot the musical had been the biggest show on Broadway. President Kennedy's Inner Circle had been named after Camelot. The name Camelot was on everyone's lips, capturing imaginations on both sides of the Atlantic.
Using the name Camelot was incredibly significant. Leslie Alcock was very keen to popularise archaeology, and the idea of King Arthur and Camelot might lead to an appreciation of history in these dark ages was important to him as a democratic way of explaining to beyond the elite of academia exactly what he was digging up.
With donations from the BBC, the Pilgrims Trust in America, and an exclusive deal with the Observer newspaper, finally the committee raised enough to begin the dig. But none of the archaeologists knew that one of the committee had personally taken a huge financial risk to ensure the excavation could proceed.
We were aware of the money constraints we had to spend. Leslie at times would get very twitchy, which doesn't surprise me because I only learnt later on that he, at one stage, he'd actually put up his house as security.
Leslie Alcock was a brilliant manager, a brilliant organiser, and considering the troubles he was up against, he was a very courageous man.
The dig for Camelot took place on the top of the hill and on the southern side, where a major trench was dug from top to bottom.
It was a time of really quite high tension because there was a need to deliver. It was a funny mixture of excitement, tension, and it used to come away absolutely wrung out and feeling like a wet dishcloth at the end of it.
Alcock's team catalogued all their discoveries. And hopes were dramatically raised when someone found an artifact in the shape of a letter.
All the letters that had to be in the alphabet, it was the letter A, and that, of course, caused huge excitement at the time.
The A had to stand for Arthur, surely proof of Cadbury's claims to Camelot. Alcock was so pleased with the find, he persuaded Sir Mortimer Wheeler to come and see Arthur's brooch. But after careful analysis, the A is discovered to be a Roman brooch, dating from before the Dark Ages. It couldn't possibly be Arthurian. Despite the setback, Alcock's team pressed on, their morale boosted by regular appearances of Sir Mortimer Wheeler.
He said to Leslie Alcock, "Dig there." Alcock dutifully did dig there and found things. Sir Mortimer was quite right, but he had an instinct by then, you know.
Alcock's other great mentor and collaborator, Raleigh Radford, would regularly visit the dig to check on developments.
Radford was sort of almost an amateur archaeologist in his own way, as a gentleman of independent means, although he was taken very seriously in some ways.
Raleigh Radford was an inspiration to a whole succeeding generation of archaeologists, and not surprisingly, Leslie Alcock started digging at a lot of the sites that Raleigh Radford had first drawn people's attention to.
Another regular visitor to the site was Alcock's son, John.
I think South Cadbury was just very special. When you looked at the side of a trench, you're talking layer after layer of history. There's my dad standing beside saying to me, well, that's the medieval layer, that's the Dark Age layer.
The dig for Camelot was getting huge publicity. After 6 weeks of excavations, Alcock appeared on the BBC to explain their progress.
Well, we've now reached the end of our work in 1966, and both the traces of buildings that we found and the finds particularly give us every reason to believe that we've got a good site here of the 6th century AD in particular.
By now, interest in the dig had spread beyond Britain. Alcock needed to raise more money for further excavations and was given a huge boost by an unexpected source.
One evening, I was at home, the telephone rang, I picked it up, and the voice said, "This is Warner Brothers, where was Camelot?"
Camelot, the Broadway musical, was being turned into a major motion picture, starring Richard Harris and Vanessa Redgrave.
They wanted this for the film, you see. They were going to put a map in the film. So I said, it was in Somerset. Well, of course I said that. That's my one contribution to Hollywood.
For Leslie Alcock, Hollywood's interest was another great marketing opportunity.
You're talking about a time when Camelot had come out, when the Arthurian legend was a fascination to everyone, and my dad saw that by pushing that side of it, that this could be Camelot, he would get money to do the serious excavation. And what's more, by going to America, he could tap into a much bigger market with more money.
In the summer of 1967, the search for Camelot started up again. Thanks to the film, the committee raised enough funds, principally from America, to continue digging for another 3 summers.
Well, it's the time when flowers are coming from San Francisco. You've got Sgt. Pepper and Lowly Heart Club Band. It's sort of the hippie era. It was all high degree of interest, and with the television cameras and the newspapers, and that it was all very, very buzzy.
The dig for Camelot went on for a further 3 years. As it drew to a close in 1970, Alcock made 2 extraordinary breakthroughs. His team found a late Roman coin of Dark Age origin, buried in the fortifications, that proved that the ramparts dated almost exactly to the time Arthur was supposed to have existed.
The eureka moment, if you like, where they realised that there was some substance to the legends which had got them digging, was discovering that this wasn't only an Iron Age Celtic site that maybe some Saxons had lived on top of, but in the actual Arthurian period had been fortified, had been turned into an actual castle.
And if it was a Dark Age castle, who was to say it couldn't be Camelot? But then Alcock made an even more remarkable discovery: the remains of a great hall. A hall littered with Dark Age pot shards, almost certainly used for banqueting by a great ruler at the time of King Arthur. Maybe even Arthur himself.
At South Cadbury, there was a gigantic hall, a hall at least 20 feet across, that could easily have fitted something of the size and scale of the Round Table at Winchester, for example.
It was proof, surely, that Camelot lay at South Cadbury.
Here was my dad saying, actually, I'm the guy with the physical evidence. I've got the great big hall. You know, I've got something that is far more likely to be Arthur's Camelot than anything anyone else has found.
If the castle was surrounded by Dark Age fortifications and contained a great leader's feasting hall, it seemed King Arthur really could have ruled from Cadbury.
Are you yourself convinced that these were the defences of King Arthur himself?
Well, in my most cautious mood, I would only go this far to say that if it isn't Arthur himself, then it's another great military leader so like him that it doesn't make tuppence of difference.
Alcock and his team were triumphant. They basked in the knowledge that they had shown the legend of King Arthur and Camelot to be real after all. But, little by little, doubts about the dig at Cadbury started to emerge. Academics began to question Alcock's methods and his evidence.
There's nothing at South Cadbury which would make one believe that there was an Arthur in the 6th century than one did without it. In terms of finding evidence for a historical Arthur, it completely failed.
Every generation of archaeologists challenges those that went before it. They challenge their assumptions and they challenge their findings. That's the discipline of archaeology.
Believing that a war leader called Arthur led the Britons in their heroic defeat of the Anglo-Saxons in the 6th century is akin to believing that an Englishman in a dinner jacket called James Bond defeated the Soviet Union in the late 20th century.
The evidence for King Arthur's Great Hall on Cadbury was highly dubious at best, they said. It wasn't big enough for a round table at all.
It gets called the Great Hall, but to be honest, it's actually quite a small hall. An awful lot is placed on the shoulders of a really rather modest building.
Not only was there no archaeological evidence, even the historical texts, which Alcock had based his research on, were questionable, to say the least. The new skeptics dismantled the written foundation stone of Alcock's Arthurian claims. Rather than being a history, they said, the Historia Brittonum, which first mentioned Arthur, was a work of 9th century propaganda and had its chronology of the Dark Ages all wrong.
David Dunville's work in the 1970s completely discredited most of the evidence that Alcock and others supporting the idea of a historical Arthur had used. Obviously, this had a pretty negative impact on the credibility of Alcock's work.
Some hinted that Alcock had committed historical heresy. He had tried to give credibility to works of fiction rather than establish the truth. Even the very idea of Arthur, the heroic Briton, battling invading Anglo-Saxons was misconceived, they said.
Since the 1970s, the relationship between the Anglo-Saxons and the Britons has been increasingly reassessed, and we would now tend to think of that relationship as much more complicated and nuanced, if you like. Instead of continuous warfare and hostility, some Britons and some Anglo-Saxons lived peacefully side by side.
By the end of the 1990s, no serious historian dared associate the Dark Ages with a real King Arthur again, including Alcock himself. He had the great sense, rare among myth hunters, to accept
that he was probably wrong.
I'm not aware of my dad taking criticisms hard. He always saw there was another argument. He always had some doubts as to whether Arthur existed. He always was prepared to accept there were other sides to the argument.
Despite his mistakes at Cadbury, in 1973, Alcock became the first professor of archaeology at Glasgow University and excavated Dark Age hill forts in Scotland with huge success. Alcock's legacy was not only furthering our understanding of Dark Age Britain, but also the lasting impact he had on the archaeologists he taught.
Without a doubt, Alcock's work encouraged an interest in Dark Age archaeology among a succeeding generation of archaeologists, most of whom are active today.
Leslie was a great teacher, a great academic, and I think he deserves more recognition than probably he gets. And I think in due course his contributions will be fully recognised, not least amongst the hundreds of students that he trained and sent out into the archaeological world.
We can't underestimate Leslie Alcock's contribution to the world of archaeology. This was a remarkable step change in the way that archaeology and the public interacted, and it's a legacy that we're still living under.
As for South Cadbury, the hill fort is now barely even signposted. Home just to cows and walkers, its association with King Arthur, once again, buried deep beneath the ground. And although he may not have found Camelot, Alcock had discovered the fortified remains of a great leader.
We certainly didn't find the Camelot of romance as you found it in the Middle Ages. We did find that the hill had been a great fortified place at exactly the right time.
And we now know South Cadbury Hill Fort was one of Britain's largest and most significant ancient settlements, occupied for 4,000 years, from Neolithic times until the Middle Ages.
Leslie Alcock's excavation at South Cadbury was, in many ways, a great success. It found an outstandingly useful sequence of occupation from a British hill fort.
And where does that leave the legend of King Arthur? Was he just a myth, after all?
I personally think that Arthur did exist, that as a Dux Bellorum he was a great military leader. Where he was, when he was, I can't be sure.
I think we can say that there was a real person. He is called King of the Britons.
Every nation needs its foundation myth, and Britain's is the legend of King Arthur and Camelot, a legend that lives on. In the early 19th century, stories emerged of mysterious ruins that lay buried and forgotten deep inside the jungles of Central America. But a lost civilization in this region was thought to be impossible in the 1800s. Everyone knew that the continent had only ever been peopled by savages. But they couldn't have created such sophisticated structures. Someone else must have done it.
So Egyptians or Asians had come to Central America and built these ruins and then left again.
But then an American lawyer named John Lloyd Stephens and a British artist, Frederick Catherwood, went to see these ruins for themselves.
An artist and a lawyer go into a jungle. I mean, how more preposterous can it be?
They traveled hundreds of miles through the jungles of Mexico, Guatemala, and Honduras to search for the ruins. Eventually, they uncovered the remains of 44 cities.
It was extraordinarily exciting for them because they knew they'd found something the world had never seen before.
With their astonishing discoveries, the two amateur explorers overturned everything we thought we knew about the history of the New World. This is the amazing story of how Stephens and Catherwood discovered one of the world's greatest civilizations, the Maya. John Lloyd Stephens was born to a prosperous New Jersey family in 1805. He was classically educated, a trained lawyer, and a rising Democratic Party politician. And so he might have remained, but for a chance event. During a mayoral campaign in 1834, Stephens's voice became so hoarse with public speaking that he developed a serious throat infection. His doctor advised an immediate change of climate. Stephens took his doctor at his word. He enjoyed the thrill of traveling around Europe and the Middle East, writing about his adventures amongst the ruins of the Old World.
By the mid-1830s, he goes to Egypt and the Holy Land. He travels to Greece and Poland and Russia, and he really takes to it. He seems to have a real talent for travel writing.
On his way back to New York, Stephens stopped off in London in 1836. Here, he met Frederick Catherwood, a well-known British artist.
Catherwood was trained as an architect to begin with, so he understands buildings, he understands structure. And then he goes to the Royal Academy schools in London and trains as an artist.
Catherwood studied under some of the greatest masters of his time. Turner gave him lessons on perspective. Others taught him how to draw buildings, and Catherwood became a highly accomplished architectural painter. Like Stephens, Catherwood had traveled to many of the great ruins of Europe and the Middle East between 1821 and 1832.
Stephens and Catherwood acquired, really, very extensive knowledge, both of them, of the kind of archaeology that was known about at that time in the Old World.
While Stephens had written about these ancient worlds, Catherwood had painted their ruins in great detail. But then, Stephens and Catherwood would hear rumors of a new world civilization, which would define the path they would follow for the rest of their lives.
They come together and discuss what is just about on the radar at the time, and this is these curious remnants of some sort of ancient civilization in Central America.
Catherwood showed Stevens an intriguing book called Descriptions of an Ancient City. Published in 1822, it displayed illustrations of ruins with palaces and pyramids covered with characters and symbols in a mysterious place called Palenque in southern Mexico.
Catherwood showed him a series of books. One of them provided quite an avid description of Palenque, but had decided that, like so many scholars of the time, that it couldn't have been the native Indians that had created these ruins.
The idea that there had ever been a Native American civilization deep in the jungles of Central America was unthinkable to many in the 1800s.
Indigenous Indians could not have built these ruins, could not have built such great palaces, and they were magnificent palaces for a culture that never moved beyond stone tools.
Indians, according to historians of the day, were thought to be savage and primitive, and not capable of building such sophisticated cities. The view was that the ruins at Palenque must have been the work of other cultures.
They must have been an ancient culture from across the sea. So Egyptians or Asians had come to Central America and built these ruins and then left again.
The reason for this view was that historians had very fixed ideas. Critically, they believed all civilizations had to conform to a certain set of rules.
In the 1830s, I mean, Stevens and Catherwood, when talking about civilization, would define it in terms of cities and impressive-looking architecture. Evidence of rulers and rule, complex kind of agricultural systems, a writing system.
And then there is time for people to be artists, to sculpt monuments, to study the sciences, travel, trade, have a wealth of goods, have teachers, schools.
Everyone agreed that the primitive nomadic people of Central America couldn't have achieved anything like this. Though they weren't professional historians, Stevens and Catherwood believed that those who held that view were wrong. They could see no evidence that Egyptians and Phoenicians had ever been to Central America, and the images they were looking at were very different to anything they had seen in the Old World. They must have been made by an unknown Native American culture.
Stevens and Catherwood were extraordinarily different people. I mean, that's what makes them so marvellous as a pair, as a sort of Holmes and Watson, you know, of Maya archaeology. They could see that was evident in the New World was something very, very different.
He and Catherwood together were the first to look at these sites without the filters of thinking about Old World archaeology. Both are very much interested in these being indigenously authored sites.
These illustrations and vague accounts of a lost city aroused Stevens and Catherwood's curiosity. They decided to look further. Two years later, in 1838, Stevens got another lead. A New York bookseller showed him several more works relating to ruins in Central America. One was a large folio based on the personal explorations and illustrations of French archaeologist Jean-Frédéric Waldeck, which had just been published in Paris. These pages showed again the illustrations of the Palenque ruins in Mexico, first made known to Stevens by Catherwood. And there was more. The book also revealed illustrations of another strange ruin in Uxmal, in the Yucatan region of Mexico. Stevens then learned from the bookseller that yet a further set of ruins were said to exist in an area called Copan, in modern-day Honduras.
Stevens had read an account by a man called Juan Galindo, who'd actually been to Copan and written a description of what he'd seen there.
Monstrous figures are found among the ruins. One, a colossal alligator, having in its jaws a figure with a human face, but with the paws of an animal.
Stevens was stunned. He had now heard of 3 separate ruined cities. Palenque in southern Mexico, Uxmal in the Yucatan, and Copan in Honduras, all in the same region, but hundreds of miles apart. And who knew if there were any more? Stevens began to wonder, could these ruins be evidence that there had once been a great civilization in that region?
He is, among the first of these explorer writers to begin connecting the dots and thinking about this as a coherent civilization.
Stevens could see that there must be some connection between these ruins. And these weren't just one palace here and one palace there, completely different groups. There must have been something between them.
Back at home, Stevens became convinced he was onto something and was determined to find these 3 ruins he'd learned about: Palenque, Uxmal, and Copan. He began to plan an expedition to Central America. Because Stevens was now earning substantial royalties from his successful travel books, he invited his artist friend, Frederick Catherwood, to go with him. Stevens sent him word to get ready. The deal meant that Catherwood would illustrate any ruins they find in Central America, and Stevens would pay for it. Catherwood packed his brushes, paints, and reams of paper. He also packed machetes and pistols, as there was a real chance of trouble where they were going. British Honduras and Guatemala were in the middle of a violent border dispute, and the area was considered a very dangerous place to visit. Stevens realized that they were going to need all the help they could get. He persuaded the US President, Martin Van Buren, to appoint him as a special ambassador to Central America to help ease their way through the unstable region.
He's even given a special sort of frock coat to wear for the sort of official occasions. So he has that diplomatic mission which runs alongside the artistic and historical mission.
The only problem was, the 4 previous US ambassadors to have held this position had all died in office in Central America. Stevens received a letter from one of their widows, whose husband had died of malaria. It concluded with the ominous words, "May you be more fortunate than any of your predecessors have been." Stevens and Catherwood left New York on the 3rd of October, 1839, determined to locate the 3 ruins buried deep in the jungles of Central America. After a month at sea, the 2 explorers arrived in Belize, on the northeastern coast of Central America. Their plan was to first head towards one of the mysterious lost cities Stevens had heard about in New York. It was called Copan, and it lay in the western region of Honduras, close to the Guatemalan border. In honor of Stevens' diplomatic position, they were guests of the British governor in Belize, Colonel MacDonald, a veteran of the Napoleonic Wars. MacDonald warned them they were entering dangerous country, and his diplomatic pass would hold no sway with any rebel forces they may encounter. MacDonald put Stevens and Catherwood on a government steamboat and told them that if danger did threaten, they were to hang out their flag and send word to him. Then he sent them on their way with a 13-gun salute. Undaunted, they arrived on the coast of eastern Guatemala the following morning. Now the two explorers had to climb over the Mico mountain range to reach the Guatemalan border with Honduras. Once there, they would enter Honduras and go on to Copan. Stevens hired a guide who was fluent in Spanish and knew the grueling mountain pass that loomed ahead. Although only just over 4,000 feet, Mico Mountain was a treacherous route to cross. Stevens later described their experience in his book of the expedition, Incidents of Travel in Central America.
For 5 long hours, we were dragged through mud holes, squeezed in gullies, knocked against trees, and tumbled over roots. Every step required care and great physical exertion. I felt that our inglorious epitaph might be tossed over the head of a mule, framed by the trunk of a mahogany tree, and buried in the mud of Mico Mountain.
Catherwood looked at Stevens and groaned.
If I'd known of this cursed Mico Mountain before I agreed to come, you would have come to Central America alone.
Here's a guy in a jungle with guns on each hip and a sword, and in all likelihood wearing shades because he suffered from eye problems, inflammation of the iris, and there's a reference to him wearing spectacles. I mean, that picture, when you think about it, I mean, Keith Richards got nothing on that.
Over the next 2 weeks, the party hacked through jungles and traversed perilous ravines.
It was jungle, end-to-end jungle, with no roads or places to stop off for the night. Food was a big issue. It seemed like they lived on chocolate and cigars most of the time.
They passed hillsides with grazing cattle that reminded Stevens of rural England, were hounded by biting insects and tropical fevers. And there was also the ever-present threat of running into ruthless rebels.
People get very nasty in civil wars, and the factions were already known to have committed atrocities and massacres and whatnot, and they had a very real suspicion of foreigners.
One evening, Stevens and Catherwood set up camp in an abandoned church. As they slept, drunken soldiers burst in, brandishing swords and muskets. Stevens recalled this incident in his account of the expedition.
Here we were in the hands of men who would have been turned out of any decent state prison lest they should contaminate the other inmates. Their appearance was ferocious, and doubtless, if we had attempted to escape, they would have been glad of the excuse for murder.
Luckily, the following morning, the soldiers had sobered up. Stevens and Catherwood were allowed to continue their journey to Copan. "14 days after arriving in Belize, the two men finally reached the area of Copan. A remote jungle region, little known by locals and rarely visited by travelers. As the two explorers worked their way through the dense forest, they suddenly came to a bank of a river. Across the water, Stephen's eyes fell on a large stone wall rising out of the undergrowth. It was 100 feet high and covered in thick, constricting vines.
It had more the character of a structure than anything we had ever seen ascribed to the Aborigines of America.
Stevens and Catherwood crossed the river to investigate. Stevens would vividly describe their experience of Copan and how they first set eyes on the ruins in his book of the expedition.
I am entering abruptly a new world. It is impossible to describe the interest with which I explored these ruins. The ground was entirely new. There were no guidebooks or guides. The whole was a virgin soil. We could not see 10 yards before us and never knew what we should stumble upon next.
Stevens realized they had to clear the ruins of its tangle of jungle vines before they could really understand what lay beneath them. Just as they were about to begin, they had an unexpected problem. The local landowner appeared. Stevens explained he wanted to clear and explore the ruins and offered to buy the land.
When his host is sort of balking at the idea, the first thing that Stevens does is he opens up his trunk, pulls out his diplomatic, sort of uniform, and claims that his host was overwhelmed by his shiny, American Eagle buttons.
At last, Stevens' diplomatic status became useful. He was allowed to purchase the Copan land for $50. Now, they could set to work. The following morning, the systematic clearing of the Copan ruins began.
Copan was extraordinarily overgrown at this point, so they were seeing little bits and pieces of Copan at a time.
At one time, we stopped to cut away branches and vines, which concealed the face of a monument, and dig around and bring to light a fragment, a sculptured corner of which protruded from the earth.
It'd be like finding one statue in Egypt and not knowing yet that the pyramids were there.
We go now and we travel there now, and they look very clinical almost, because they're very nicely cut lawns and all of the trees have been taken away. But they would have seen them thoroughly immersed in jungle.
I leaned over with breathless anxiety. An eye, an ear, a foot, or a hand was disentombed. And when the machete rang against the chiseled stone, I cleared out the loose earth with my hands.
As Stevens ran the excavations, Catherwood set up his station in the jungle to record the mysterious structures they were discovering. He used a piece of equipment called a camera lucida to help him detail what he was seeing with great accuracy.
He had with him this apparatus, the camera lucida. The light came through a kind of prism and gave you an image which you could see on a piece of paper, and you could pretty much sketch it or trace it. And it was a great help to Catherwood.
Catherwood, with his incredible knowledge of architecture, must have realized right away that this was something quite unique and that he was in a unique place, qualified to record it.
As Stevens and Catherwood gradually cleared away the jungle vines, they began to unearth evidence of a very sophisticated society.
They saw fantastic little elements of sculpture which intrigued them. And then eventually, as they carried on, they began to see these very large, great big monoliths. Seeing these, which clearly convinced them that this was something, they'd never seen anything like that before.
Working our way through the thick woods, we came upon a square stone column, about 14 feet high and 3 feet on each side from the base to the top. The front was the figure of the man, curiously and richly dressed, and the face evidently a portrait. Our guide called it an idol. And before it was a large block of stone sculptured with figures, which he called an altar. The sight of this unexpected monument gave us the assurance that the objects we were in search of were interesting, not only as the remains of an unknown people, but as works of art, proving that the people who once occupied the continent of America were not savages.
Right away, you can see how open he is, because he doesn't say, oh, that's a monster or a crude representation of the devil or something. He observes that they're very complex, must have been made by very talented people.
As the days passed, Stevens and Catherwood uncovered monumental structures that could have housed hundreds of people, and building blocks that showed all the hallmarks of a great civilization. They found large squares, terraces, and platforms with stepped pyramids, temples, ceremonial buildings, and shrines with altars.
We reached a terrace so overgrown with trees that at first we could not make out its form, but which, on clearing, we ascertained to be a square, and with steps on all the sides, as perfect as those of the Roman amphitheater.
I think they really were kind of astounded once they got to Copan, the extent of the cities.
The beauty of the sculpture, the desolation of the city, and the mystery that hung over it, all created an interest higher, if possible, than I'd ever felt among the ruins of the old world.
What is amazingly sort of human and endearing of him is the way he puts it, is that he says, after a time, looking at these things, it was evident these weren't the monuments of savages. These are sophisticated people.
Now, there could be no doubt. The two amateur men had found what professional historians had said could not exist. Proof that some form of civilization had once thrived in this area. And then came something even more extraordinary. Writing. Standing at the center of the ruins, their eyes fixed on a large stone monument with 16 seated human figures carved around it and 36 blocks of hieroglyphs on its top.
Catherwood knew from seeing all the Egyptian hieroglyphs that he'd drawn over and over again along the Nile that this was a writing system. And that the writing system, they talked together about this, probably had something to do with the images on the front.
As Stevens and Catherwood's eyes examined the hieroglyphs, they were aware that all the great cultures of the past had developed their own writing systems. The people of Copan had clearly done the same, just like the civilizations of the old world.
There were no associations connected with the place. None of those stirring recollections which hallow Rome, Athens, and the world's great mistress on the Egypt plain. But architecture, sculpture, and painting, all the arts which embellish life, had flourished in this overgrown forest. Orators, warriors, and statesmen, beauty, ambition, and glory had lived and passed away.
But it begged the question, who had built this place, and what had become of them?
The city was desolate. It lay before us like a shattered bark amidst the ocean, her masts gone, her name effaced, her crew perished, and none to tell whence she came, to whom she belonged, how long at her voyage, or what caused her destruction. In the ruined cities of Egypt, even in the long-lost Petra, the stranger knows the story of the vestiges around it.
Stevens was convinced the answer to who had built this civilization had to lie in the hieroglyphs. One day, when someone could read them, they would be able to understand the history of those who had lived here.
In regards to the age of this desolate city, I shall not at present offer any conjecture. One thing I believe, that its history is graven on its monuments.
Stevens really believed that these were historical documents. They weren't simply, say, astronomical observations, that they're the stories of real people's lives.
Spurred on by their amazing discovery at Copan, Stevens and Catherwood continued their trek across Central America in search of other ruins.
They know that somewhere out there there's this palenque, and they've seen illustrations of that. So they were maybe already considering, well, maybe there's a very large area here. We don't know how it's constructed, whether it's an empire, whether these are kind of city-states. There was something definably similar across a wide area.
Over the next 2 years, they explored a vast region and traveled through Honduras, Guatemala, and the Yucatan in southeastern Mexico. Stevens and Catherwood uncovered, surveyed, and recorded another 43 ruined cities that had lain buried and forgotten for hundreds of years, including Uxmal, Palenque, Chichen Itza, and Tulum. And they found evidence of everything that people believed was needed for a civilization. Vast cities with central areas containing grand plazas, royal courts, and governors' palaces, proof of a sophisticated social hierarchy. Ornate temples, stepped pyramids, and monuments bearing hieroglyphic descriptions, proof of an organized religion. Gymnasiums and ball courts, astronomical observatories, intensive farming land, markets and trading centers, outlying villages, lookout towers and defensive walls with linking roads and causeways. All with a common architectural style that confirmed that there was once a single vast civilization here. Stevens and Catherwood returned to New York in the spring of 1842. They faced a new challenge. They had to convince the world that what they had discovered in Central America was truly groundbreaking. There really was a vast civilization that had once existed and thrived in a place where nobody believed there could be one. Stevens decided the best way to achieve this would be to publish a written, illustrated record of their expeditions. His first book, Incidents of Travel in Central America, came out in 1841 and was quickly followed by Incidents of Travel in Yucatan in 1843. Stevens' books contained over 200 Catherwood engravings and were an instant success, selling more than 20,000 copies within the first 3 months.
His volumes were really within the reach of the middle-class American reading public. And so the ruins reached a far wider audience than they ever had before.
Edgar Allan Poe called Stevens' work perhaps the most thrilling book on travel ever published. Catherwood then released his own volume, Views of Ancient Monuments in Central America, the following year. It documented their spectacular discoveries with 25 stunning hand-colored lithographs, which vividly brought the beautiful carved monuments, temples, and pyramids back to life.
What Catherwood did with his drawings was not so much just make pictures. He used the word draw in its larger sense of pulling. He pulled, basically drew an entire civilization out of the past into the present.
I think that there is a real parallel between Catherwood's painstaking illustration of every inch of a monument and Stevens doing the same thing in prose.
Together, the writings of Stevens and the illustrations of Catherwood would captivate the imagination of their readers.
Stephen had a fantastic rhetoric. His writing style was clear, descriptive, immersive, and he really portrayed a lot of his passion for what he was doing through his writing.
It was a perfect example of how the words and the images complemented one another. Neither one could have pulled this off on their own.
But for all their extraordinary revelations, there was still one question they could not answer. As Stevens wrote,
I now bid farewell to the ruins. I leave them with all mystery around them, and in the feeble hope that these imperfect pages may in some way throw a glimmer of light upon the great and long vainly mooted question: who were the peoplers of America?
Stevens and Catherwood would never know the answer. They both died early in their lives. Stevens from malaria at the age of 47, and Catherwood drowned when his ship sank crossing the Atlantic in 1854. He was 55. But eventually, Stevens' prediction would come true. When someone could read their hieroglyphic descriptions, they would understand who these people were. Over the next 170 years, the secrets of this culture's history were indeed proved to be in their writing.
Stevens is really the first Western explorer in Central America and Mexico, both to believe in indigenous authorship of the ruins and to glean the importance of the glyphs.
Archaeologists, inspired by Stevens and Catherwood's explorations, managed to read the writings and the images, and a picture emerged of the rise and fall of one of the world's greatest civilizations, the Maya. The earliest traces of their existence go back to 1500 BC, and possibly as far as 2500 BC. Their kingdoms stretched across a vast area of Central America, from southern Mexico to the Atlantic and the Caribbean coast of Belize. Stevens and Catherwood's first discovery, Copan, was established in 450 AD and lasted for 400 years. With 20,000 people in an area of 100 square miles, it was the Athens of Central America from the 5th to the 9th centuries AD, at a time when Europe was lost in the Dark Ages. Copan, by any standards, was a highly developed and advanced civilization.
The Maya were a hugely sophisticated society and culture. They had a very complicated mathematics system. They were one of the few ancient groups to use the concept of zero, which is hugely important for mathematics. They had very detailed astronomy. They knew the movements of the planets and stars. They mapped the movement of Venus, for example, with a great amount of detail. Their calendar was very, very accurate, more accurate in many ways than Western calendars of a similar period. They managed to build these temples without the use of metal tools. They had very little metalwork, other than gold and silver for decorative purposes. They never had the wheel. They didn't have pack animals. There was no horses or carts or anything like that. But they were able to create temples as large, if not larger than those in Egypt.
Stevens and Catherwood's revelation that a mighty Maya civilization lay buried in the Central American jungle was one of the greatest discoveries of their age.
An artist and a lawyer go into a jungle. I mean, how more preposterous can it be? But the thing was, the very different personalities with that overlap produced this amazing scope, which would never have happened if they hadn't been that different.
Stevens and Catherwood proved that you didn't need to be a professional academic to be a great historian. What you needed was passion, an attention to detail, and an open mind.
I think, essentially in finally judging their achievement, you have these two people that complement each other wonderfully well, with this extraordinarily vivid text and the marvelous illustrations. And what you do have here, you have two people that have established the study of the Maya.
It was remarkable, not just an intellectual achievement. It was a feat of endurance. These were heroes. They produced a remarkable event under life-threatening circumstances. I think it was one of the great exploratory triumphs, absolutely, in history.
With their astonishing discoveries, the two amateur explorers overturned every prejudice we had about the development of cultures in the New World. Stevens and Catherwood had proved beyond doubt Native Americans had constructed a sophisticated civilization that compared to any of the finest ancient civilizations of the Old World. According to legend, a fortune in gold lies buried somewhere in America's Rocky Mountains.
Imagine $33 million of gold bullion just waiting to be found.
The only clue to the treasure's location is a cryptic map drawn by the sole survivor of a doomed expedition. His descendants seek the gold for almost 200 years. But just when it appears to be within their grasp, terrible events unfold.
Rumor has it the treasure is actually cursed, and many people have died trying to find it.
Disease, violence, alleged supernatural forces. All have thwarted treasure-hungry adventurers seeking the hidden bullion.
There are those who believe that this treasure is guarded by some otherworldly force. Something may be trying to keep us from finding that treasure.
This is the story of a glittering fortune, found and then lost in the Rocky Mountains. The story begins in 1993 in Colorado. At that time, Christopher O'Brien was an investigator specializing in unexplained phenomena.
I've been interested in the paranormal and the metaphysical subjects and UFOs. Anything that has an air of mystery about it, I've always been interested in these things. But along the way, I also wanted to uncover some treasure legends and maybe do some follow-up and maybe do some treasure hunting myself.
During the course of his research, O'Brien was contacted by a mysterious man.
This guy approaches me and he kind of hinted around that he had some evidence that involved a fabulous treasure. And he hinted around that he was involved in looking for this treasure, and I was very intrigued by this. And I kept in touch with him and set up a meeting so that we could talk about it more.
O'Brien arranged to meet the man at a local cafe.
I walk into this cafe and I look around and I see him, and he motions me to the back. He wanted to sit in the corner away from prying eyes, and he sits down and he begins to tell me this story. And he really blew my mind with what he told me.
The mysterious man claimed he'd married into a treasure-hunting family. For generations, they'd searched for caches of gold bullion buried 200 years earlier. By a doomed expedition led by one of their ancestors. The man said his family was convinced they were close to uncovering the legendary cursed gold of Treasure Mountain. A mystery that began in the 18th century with an adventure into the untamed Colorado wilderness. (1790), Louisiana. At that time, a vast Spanish-ruled area that stretched from the Gulf of Mexico to the border of present-day Canada. At a small outpost on the Missouri River, a group of Frenchmen prepared for an expedition. Their official mission was to survey the territory's mineral wealth. Unofficially, their plan was to journey to the Rocky Mountains and find fabulous new sources of gold.
Ever since the conquistadors arrived in the New World, there have been stories headed back east of raided Incan temples and looted Mayan cities, and gold dripping out of mountains, and golden masks. And so these tales have been coming back to the East and back to Europe for quite some time at this point.
Among the expedition's number was a journalist. Most versions of the legend give his name as simply LeBlanc.
There's not a lot known about him, but we can speculate. He was the chronicler, he was a historian of some kind, so he was literate, he was educated. And we can also guess that if he came out west looking for gold with a need to increase his fortune, that he would do anything he could and take any risks to find that fortune.
LeBlanc didn't know it, but his lust for gold was about to trigger a chain of events that would secure his place in Colorado folklore forever. The expedition began its long journey westwards. LeBlanc and his men crossed the Great Plains, likely followed the course of the Platte River, and entered the Rocky Mountains. The Frenchmen found themselves alone in a vast, untamed land.
The west of the 1790s it's the frontier to the people who live in the east. They can't even wrap their minds around the enormity of it. They think they know how big it is, but they're not quite sure.
In the 1790s out west, there are no roads. The mountains are huge. There's no stores out here to buy anything. So you're on your own, and there's no support. There's no police force, there's no cavalry at that time. You're totally alone in the wilderness. And they don't even know how big the wilderness is, and it's huge.
LeBlanc and his companions followed local waterways through Wolf Creek Pass and made camp in the shadow of a mighty mountain. The men immediately began prospecting. It's likely they panned in the local streams and found tiny gold flakes. They follow the trail ever higher into the mountains, eager to find the gold source. After weeks of searching, one of LeBlanc's party made a discovery. It was the unmistakable glow of gold ore.
LeBlanc and his cohorts hit the mother lode, and it's beyond their wildest dreams. I can only imagine how they felt. Suddenly, the real prospect of becoming some of the wealthiest people they've ever met or ever heard of is right there in their hands, right before them.
The Frenchman's next challenge was mining the precious metal out of the tough Colorado granite.
In the 18th century, to get gold out of the ground is much more difficult than prospecting for gold. You're gonna have to dig into that rock with a pick until your hands are blistered and you're bleeding and sweating.
The Frenchmen smelted the gold, trapped in the ore. Before long, they had a stack of 18-inch ingots. The legends state they produced between $5 and $33 million worth of bullion in today's money.
So in just a few months, this intrepid band of Frenchmen has left civilization, traveled across the wide expanse of the West, struck gold, and is now sitting on a king's ransom.
Because of the Frenchmen's discovery, the peak they mined would forever be known as Treasure Mountain. The Frenchmen mined for months. Then a balmy Colorado summer made way for autumn's bitter chill. It was clear to LeBlanc and his companions that they must find shelter before winter set in.
So these 300 Frenchmen have been going all summer long mining. The weather's been nice, sunny, kind of cool at 11,500 feet. But come fall, things get kind of serious in Colorado. They probably realize that the snow could be 12 feet deep come winter and that they really can't stay there.
LeBlanc and his colleagues planned to spend the winter in the Spanish settlement of Taos, 120 miles away. The question was, what to do with their stash of precious bullion?
They didn't really want to bring their gold with them because it's too dangerous. You know, if you walk into town with millions of dollars in gold, someone's either going to kill you and take it, or you're going to raise suspicion. So they decide really that it's probably best to bury the gold. Only they will know where it is.
The story goes, the Frenchmen decided to hide the gold in 3 separate caches. Concealed in secret locations, their fortune would be secure until they returned to claim it. Some legends state they left 8 clues to help them relocate the gold.
They then make markings in the area to remember where they've put it, with supposedly putting fleur-de-lis carvings on piles of rocks so they'll remember where their fabulous treasure is hidden when they come back in the spring.
LeBlanc recorded the cache's locations and the positions of the markers on a secret treasure map. As planned, the Frenchmen saw out the harsh winter in the comfort of Taos. When spring arrived, they were eager to add to their already considerable wealth. The expedition headed north to resume excavating their gold mine. But it wouldn't be long before the curse of Treasure Mountain claimed its first victims. Legend states the Frenchmen were soon struck down with sickness.
These men could be ravaged by scurvy, which at that time, the French understood they could eat citrus fruit and not get it, but there's no citrus fruit there. With scurvy, you would have seen the men fatigued, you would have seen swollen joints, painful limbs. They just would not have felt well at all.
The pace of work slowed. Men collapsed through fatigue. One retelling of the story states LeBlanc fed his sick companions a vitamin-rich infusion made from local nettles to ward off the sickness. But his efforts were too little, too late. His companions were riddled with disease. And now, the weakened expedition was threatened by a new danger. The local Native American Ute tribe was observing the Frenchmen.
The Utes probably don't like watching these Frenchmen run all over the mountain, chipping holes in it, and possibly taking gold that they really thought was theirs. In fact, they are the landowners in their eyes. The Utes really don't like having somebody else stealing their stuff.
It would be akin to having a stranger walk into your house and pop open your refrigerator and say, "Oh, this looks tasty and this looks tasty," and you'd stand there and put up with it. I don't think so. and neither did the Utes. And after a while, they became suitably incensed.
The Ute warriors attacked LeBlanc and his companions.
They really had no idea the level of savage intensity. Arrows whizzing through the air everywhere, tomahawks, lances. You can imagine being one of these men, already fatigued, wondering what is going on. This came out of nowhere. It's an absolutely terrifying experience.
These diseased miners that were all lethargic and really not up to par, they just can't hold their own. They're setting ducks for the Native Americans that are attacking them. And so most are killed right away.
The survivors knew their time at Treasure Mountain was up.
They can see a pretty obvious decision that needs to be made. Their numbers are down, their position is compromised, they're being attacked. They have to save their skins and possibly save their gold.
It seems the men were too few in number to transport the gold bullion back to the Missouri River. There appeared to be only one course of action.
They choose to take whatever gold they might have mined in that spring, bury it along with their other caches, note that on their treasure map, and try to get out of the area with their lives.
The men broke camp, striking east on the 700-mile journey back to the Missouri River. But they weren't safe.
Well, according to some versions of the legend, the French expedition is able to get off the mountain and apparently out of the mountains, out of the Front Range, onto the plains before they're attacked by the Kiowa tribe. This has a completely devastating effect on the party, taking them down to only perhaps even 5 men out of the hundreds who left originally.
LeBlanc was one of the survivors. He and 4 others continued their journey east towards the Missouri River. But without horses and short of food, their situation was desperate.
These 5 guys are in a survival situation. They really don't have much equipment. You know, they're lucky to escape with the shirt on their back.
Many versions of the legend state the men ran out of food. Still hundreds of miles from safety, their only chance of survival appeared to be cannibalism.
The fact that they may have eaten their partners is probably true. You know, back then, if you didn't have any food and you were desperate, cannibalism, unfortunately, is a reality, especially back in those days when they didn't have much choice.
Whatever happened, the legends state only LeBlanc and 1 other made it back to the outpost on the Missouri River. LeBlanc's companion died within days of making it to safety. The young French journalist was the expedition's sole survivor. What he did next is uncertain. But all versions of the story seem to agree on one thing.
And that's that LeBlanc makes a map. He makes copies of this map. He gives one to the French government, gives one to his family, and then disappears from history.
But as investigator Christopher O'Brien listened to the mysterious man, he would learn this wasn't the end of the quest to retrieve the French gold, nor the last time the curse of Treasure Mountain would strike.
Obviously, you have a 300-man expedition discovers a lot of gold, and you have maps that indicate where this gold is kept, because they couldn't escape with it. So obviously, you're going to have somebody that wants to go back and get it.
O'Brien learned the quest now moved forward 50 years. In 1840, a Frenchman arrived in a small town in present-day New Mexico.
According to the legend, a young man arrives in Taos who knows the story of Treasure Mountain. In fact, he even claims to be the grandson of LeBlanc and is interested in finding the treasure again.
It's likely the townsfolk would have dismissed LeBlanc's grandson as just another eccentric prospector driven crazy by gold fever. If it wasn't for the fact he had a map.
Unbelievably, this young Frenchman claims to have his grandfather's map that actually has the 8 clues that will lead him to rediscovering where the gold bullion treasure is buried on Treasure Mountain.
LeBlanc's grandson was a foreigner in a strange land. Although he had the map, he needed help finding the gold's likely location. One interpretation of the story is that he hired a local Mexican guide named Bernardo Sanchez to take him to Treasure Mountain. The two men joined forces to retrieve the gold buried half a century before by LeBlanc's grandfather. Sanchez led LeBlanc and his party of French miners into the mountains. One retelling of the legend claims the men discovered strange markers, fleur-de-lis symbols carved into rocks, and piles of stones, signs matching those on the map drawn by LeBlanc's grandfather.
They get very excited, because now the map is matching what they're finding, the fleur-de-lis on the rocks, so they know they're close to a gigantic fortune in gold bullion buried right at their feet somewhere, so they're very excited.
The men searched the area for months. But they found nothing. Then, the curse of Treasure Mountain struck again. Just like his grandfather before him, LeBlanc was being closely monitored by the local Native American tribe. According to legend, warriors attacked the mining party. LeBlanc's grandson was killed. Inside his jacket pocket was his grandfather's secret treasure map. Only the guide, Bernardo Sanchez, made it out alive. For the second time in 50 years, the curse of Treasure Mountain had thwarted the LeBlanc family. But the quest for the buried gold was far from over, because Sanchez had a secret. He claimed that during the battle with the Native Americans, one of the dying French miners revealed a clue to finding the treasure.
According to this man, Bernardo just needs to find a fake Native American burial mound, stand on it at 6 a.m. some September morning, and watch where his shadow falls. Where his head is, that's where the treasure lies.
Armed with this knowledge, Sanchez spent years scouring Treasure Mountain, looking for the mound. But he never found it. In time, the dying Frenchman's clue became just another part of the now famous Treasure Mountain story. As investigator Christopher O'Brien would learn, this strange clue would play a critical part in the next stage of the quest to find the lost French gold. He discovered that 30 years after LeBlanc's grandson's death, a new set of adventurers would take up the challenge.
It was during the 1870s that some colorful characters emerged in the West, treasure hunters. Gentlemen extremely motivated, good researchers, very good at not only digging in the earth, but also digging into historical records.
And it would be in the hands of one such treasure hunter that the LeBlanc map would reappear. Legend gives his name as William Yule.
Characters like William Yule are a classic in the American West stories. They hear all these tales that have been coming for quite a while now from the West about gold in the hills and mines to be explored, and you just have to pick up a nugget and bring it home and you're rich.
Yule spent his days scouring the nearby valleys and mountains. His aim was to find the 8 clues marked on his tattered old map and the location of the mysterious mock burial mound. His quest reached the ears of Asa Poor, a man with an eye for an opportunity.
A successful prospector like Asa Poor actually goes out in the wilderness, looks at those different colored rocks, and finds the gold. He's successful. Asa Poor knows what he's doing, and he's shrewd, intelligent, and when he sees an opportunity, he goes after it.
Yule's quest for a mock burial mound linked to a fabulous lost treasure piqued Poor's interest. Because incredibly, Poor had found a mound that exactly fitted Yule's description.
Each has something the other wants. William Yule has the map to the treasure of Treasure Mountain, and Asa Poor has the knowledge of this burial mound. So he knows this could well be the key to finding the treasure.
The two prospectors entered into a partnership and headed off to find the lost French gold.
After Asa Poor and William Yule head out into the mountains, they actually start finding some of the clues. They find the fleur-de-lis carved on the trees and the rocks, and just like the map shows, they're actually hot on the trail of this treasure.
Following Poor's directions, they arrived at the false grave. Just as the legend instructed, one of the men stood atop the mound at 6 a.m. and cast a shadow across the ground. They dug the spot where his head's shadow fell.
They begin digging, and they dig, and they dig, and they're so excited. They're rubbing their hands together, probably spelling each other because it's a lot of hard work. It's bony soil, and they dig, 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 and they get down so many feet, and they find absolutely nothing.
Could it be that this was the wrong mound, or that Yule's map was a fake? Neither man thought so. Asa Poor knew he and Yule must take a new approach.
So at this point, Poor still doesn't give up. He now says that they will try something called mineral rods, equipment that's being sold at this time that at least claims to be accurate and be able to find the gold you're searching for, the ore, whatever you need. These machines that you can hold will find it for you.
The mineral rod led Yule and Poor to a spot 2 miles from the mock burial mound. The men immediately started digging. The legends state they excavated about 4 feet down when suddenly the ground gave way. Had Yule and Poor found the entrance to a secret cache containing millions of dollars of French bullion?
Of course, they think they're onto the treasure. Their heart's pounding, they're excited, they're gonna find this gold.
Poor lowered himself into the opening. Incredibly, he found himself in a clearly man-made tunnel. He crawled down the shaft, keeping his eyes peeled for the distinctive glint of gold.
He gets very excited at this point. I imagine his heart is just pounding a mile a minute. He's looking all over, he's looking for gold, he's trying to squint into the darkness, he works his way all the way to the end.
But Poor discovered the chamber was empty. With no new leads, the men abandoned their search.
They have spent pretty much their life's fortune. They're broke, they're tired, they're exhausted, they're frustrated. They finally just give up the search. Apparently, it was the curse of Treasure Mountain that got these guys again.
But this treasure legend refused to die. A 120 years after Yule and Poor's failed quest, investigator Christopher O'Brien sat talking to a mysterious man who'd been involved in the Treasure Mountain legend's final chapter. The man stated his in-laws were descendants of the first LeBlanc, who survived the doomed expedition of the 1790s. Then, he produced something to back up his extraordinary claim.
takes out his wallet and he carefully unfolds. It looked like silk. It was some sort of cloth material that obviously was very old. It was stained, it was kind of tattered. And he shows it to me and he says, "This is a map to the treasure."
To O'Brien, it was clearly the same map, drawn in the 1790s by the first LeBlanc.
I'm sitting there flabbergasted looking at this thing, and it looks real to me. There seemed to be mountains indicated, river systems. There was some rough kind of writing on it. I didn't get a very long look at it, but it obviously was compelling because it looked very old.
Along with the topographical information were 8 strange markings, clues the man claimed to finding the lost treasure.
What was very impressive about it were these 8 sigils. There was a pair of boots, there was a chalice, there was mountains, there was like a cross. There was different types of symbols on it.
The mysterious man told O'Brien his in-laws had found 7 of the 8 clues, and that he believed he'd recently found the 8th.
So, of course, the first thing I do is I ask him, I say, how did you find this 8th clue after the family's been looking at it, looking for it for generations? How did you find it?
It's now the man told O'Brien an incredible story about the discovery of the final clue. And what happened next? (1993), Del Norte, Colorado, 40 miles northeast of Treasure Mountain. The mysterious man was hunting elk in the woods. It began to rain. He sought shelter beneath the overhang of a nearby cliff.
Obviously, he doesn't want to get caught out in this type of weather, so he quickly looks around for a place to, hide and maybe hole up for a little bit and let the storm pass over. So he spies this about 3-foot opening behind some underbrush, and he thinks, well, maybe it'll open up.
The man squeezed through the gap and found himself in a passageway.
His first thought was, great, I'm out of the weather. But then as he's sitting there, of course, like anyone, he got curious. And so he started to work his way back, and it goes into the mountainside about 20 feet.
The man discovered the passageway was blocked by a cave-in. He shone his torch across the damp walls. It's then he spotted something.
As he's looking on the wall next to the cave-in, what does he see? He sees a chalice, which he knows from the treasure map is the missing symbol of the 8 symbols that have been searched for by this family, his in-laws, for many, many generations.
All thoughts of hunting elk were overtaken by the possibility of finding millions of dollars of lost French gold. But there was a problem with the man's story. The mountains near Del Norte, where he claimed to have found the 8th clue, are 40 miles from Treasure Mountain. How could he have found a clue to the gold here? Had everyone who'd sought the treasure been looking in the wrong place? Or was the man mistaken? There is one possible explanation how the 2 stories come together.
Since the Del Norte area is on a direct path from where the LeBlanc party would have been running away from the Native American attack, the first one, They could have very well taken either all of the bullion or probably just some of it with them, and that gold was slowing them down. They could have very well buried it in this area that this mystery man is claiming he has found the 8th clue.
So it was possible the French expedition buried a portion, if not all, their bullion at the site in Del Norte. And that LeBlanc crafted new clues to its location both on the ground and on his map. Soon after his discovery, the mysterious man returned to the passage with his treasure-hunting in-laws.
The first thing they want to do, of course, is go in and see the sigil to make sure that his claim is accurate. And the expert of the, I think it was the grandfather, goes in there, and the patriarch is looking at this symbol, and he looks at his grandson-in-law and agrees that you have found the lost symbol.
The family began excavating the cave-in. Their hours of effort revealed a further 12 feet of passageway.
Well, imagine their excitement as they're digging and they finally get this obstruction cleared away, and it was quite sizable. It went for quite a number of feet. And they finally get it away, and one of them squeezes over to look inside, and he finds that the tunnel continues into the hillside, but not for very far, because he yells back out to them that there's a big boulder that appears to have been purposefully put in the way to further obstruct the tunnel.
Why would someone deliberately block the passage? Had it been to hide the gold? The family was discussing how to remove the obstacle when night began to fall.
But they want to give it one more shot before it gets too dark to continue working. And they had brought some candles and they had flashlights, so they're going to give it one last shot.
But the next 3 minutes would turn out to be the most terrifying of their lives.
So he has this bundle of candles and he starts to place them going down the tunnel towards the end where the obstruction is. As he's putting the last candle down on the ground, a snake comes out of nowhere and fires at him and narrowly misses him. I've had this happen myself and I know how terrifying it is, and he backpedals out of there breathlessly.
But he and his family were soon threatened by another malicious force.
As he's coming out from out of nowhere, he's followed by a swarm of bats that are squeaking and acting very aggressively. Instead of just flying out of the entrance of the cave and taking off, they start dive bombing and attacking people, which is very uncharacteristic behavior for bats. And this is pretty freaky to everybody. Bats finally start to fly away and everything calms down. So he starts to light the candle, the first candle at the entrance to the tunnel, and much to everybody's horror, the candle at the other end by the boulder, the last candle he had just placed before the snake came at him, that comes on. Now, I know this sounds incredible, but this is what he told me.
The man and his family were transfixed with fear. How could a candle light by itself? But their ordeal wasn't over.
So as that candle comes on, then out of nowhere, out of the gloom of the tunnel, comes this big white-colored owl.
The huge bird swooped just inches above the treasure hunters' heads. it was one close encounter too far.
This is a series of events that I think would scare anybody, but for people that are in this position, knowing that there's curses on gold and knowing some of the folklore around the area, several of them have said they will never, ever go back. They don't care how much gold is there, they will never go back to that particular location again.
The mysterious man told O'Brien no one had since returned to the cave to try and recover the lost French gold. But after hearing this extraordinary tale, the investigator was left in no doubt. The treasure is real.
Personally, after all the research that I've done and being involved with this treasure hunting family and hearing their story, I am absolutely convinced that not only does the French treasure exist, but there's probably several of them. It's probably been broken into pieces. And it's just waiting for somebody with a lot of luck and some skill and some perseverance to find it.
To date, no one has reported finding a fabulous cache of gold bullion, fitting the description of that in the Treasure Mountain legend. Is it possible the story is nothing more than a myth? Is there any reason to believe the treasure is out there?
Some of the treasure legends in Colorado, since they do have some historical basis, have actually been found. And if those treasures could be found, then there is a possibility that this $33 million, one of the biggest treasures ever buried in Colorado, is out there and will be found someday.
But if the treasure could be real, then so too could the curse.
Well, for all you aspiring treasure hunters out there that want to start poking your nose into the Treasure Mountain legends, be careful what you wish for, because that curse may still be intact.
From the Knights of the Round Table to the Nazis, the Holy Grail is the world's most sought-after Christian relic.
It symbolizes redemption, it symbolizes salvation, it symbolizes eternal life.
This was the cup said to have been used by Jesus at the Last Supper.
Objects that had come in contact with the body of Christ were particularly important.
Credited with supernatural powers, it has been sought by knights and treasure hunters for centuries.
It's this incredible holy object that you search for on a great quest.
But were they all looking in the wrong places? Because one person thinks she has found it. Janice Bennett believes an agate cup in the Cathedral of Valencia is the Holy Grail. What's more, it has been on display there for more than 500 years.
It's an important relic, it's an important symbol of Christianity, and it deserves attention and veneration.
This is the story of her quest to uncover the truth.
It really had all the makings of being one of the greatest stories in the history of humanity.
If she is right, this is an amazing tale of courage and survival that could finally lay to rest the mystery of the Holy Grail. In 1991, whilst on holiday in Spain, American writer and historian Janice Bennett visited the ancient city of Valencia. After walking around the old quarter, she decided to visit the magnificent cathedral. It was here, quite by accident, that she stumbled on something bizarre and intriguing.
I happened to notice a small chapel in the cathedral as I was leaving.
Entering the chapel, she saw an illuminated shrine behind the high altar containing a small chalice. Richly studded with pearls, rubies, and emeralds, this is Valencia Cathedral's most prized possession, the Santo Cáliz, also known in English as the Holy Grail.
The Holy Grail was a drinking vessel which was venerated. And the legends say why it was venerated. It was venerated as the cup of Christ from the Last Supper.
According to Christian belief, the Last Supper was the final meal Jesus shared with his apostles in Jerusalem before he was betrayed and crucified.
He took the bread and he said, "This is my body," and he broke the bread and shared it with his disciples. And then he took the cup and he said, "This is my blood, the blood of the new and everlasting covenant." And once again, the disciples drank from the cup. And then he said, crucially, "Do this in memory of me." So this was not just a one-off meal, it was something that he wanted his followers to repeat.
One of the core beliefs of Christianity, the sacrament of the Eucharist or Holy Communion, derives from the words spoken by Jesus at that meal. The act has become central to all Christian worship.
The Eucharist is the source and summit of the Christian life. It's really at the heart of everything we do, everything we believe. We believe that Christ is present under the appearance of bread and wine. And when we receive the bread and wine at communion, we are receiving Jesus. We are one with him.
But on that day in Valencia, to Janice it seemed almost absurd. Surely she couldn't be standing just a few meters away from the Holy Grail.
I really didn't feel anything when I looked at it. It didn't speak to me in any way. And I wasn't captivated by it. I wasn't particularly impressed.
Janice noticed that none of the other visitors seemed particularly awestruck either.
As I recall, there were only one or two other people in the chapel. They seemed to be either disinterested or, at the very least, unaware of what they were actually seeing.
But even so, Janice's interest was piqued to find out more.
I looked in the gift shop in the cathedral. The only thing I could find was a small brochure that had been rather poorly translated from Spanish into English.
It didn't say much, but reading the booklet, Janice began to discover a little more about the chalice's history. She was hardly the first to be drawn into the mystery of the Holy Grail.
The interest in chalices emerges from a desire to come in contact with something that had actually come in contact with the body of Christ.
For centuries, Grail hunters from all over the world have been searching for this miraculous object.
It symbolizes redemption, it symbolizes salvation, it symbolizes eternal life. And in a way, the Holy Grail stands for man's quest for God, man's quest for truth.
The Holy Grail in the Middle Ages became the motif of a lot of legends and romances and poetry, became the symbol of the aspiration of any Christian knight to go on a quest for the Holy Grail.
It's this incredible holy object that you search for on a great quest. It represents chastity and purity.
Along the way, it has become shrouded in myths and mystical powers.
It heals wounds, it offers salvation.
So much so that even at the height of the Nazi regime, Heinrich Himmler, the head of the SS, searched for the Grail, believing its powers would help win him the war. He converted a great castle into a modern-day Camelot, with a ritual chamber and its own round table. He planned to display the Grail here, but he too failed in his quest.
It's become the one object in the world that is almost impossible to attain. It's become a symbol of something far beyond human aspirations, the absolute pinnacle of what we desire.
So over the centuries, the Grail has received many associations. Everything from St. Joseph of Arimathea and Glastonbury, King Arthur and his knights, the Templars, and more recently, Dan Brown, Indiana Jones, Monty Python. But essentially, beneath all these stories and myths is this idea of a cup that Jesus used at the Last Supper the night before he was crucified.
So could this object in Valencia be the true cup of Christ? That same one everyone has been searching for? Janice's research showed whether this was or wasn't the real Grail, people had been prepared to die for it.
I found a very small booklet that had been written by Olmos Canalda. Now, he was a Spanish priest who was actually responsible for saving this chalice from destruction during the Spanish Civil War.
In the 1930s, Spain was a deeply divided country, politically torn between right-wing nationalist and left-wing Republican parties. As the Great Depression hit, the country fell into turmoil. After the king abdicated, the Republicans were elected to power and the army rebelled. Spain was in a state of civil war. And like all civil wars, atrocities were committed by both sides.
It was a time of great violence and strife, and it's often forgotten that the church itself had a very difficult time. It was persecuted. 13 Spanish bishops were put to death at the hands of the communists.
Many churches were desecrated, plundered, things stolen, reliquaries stolen, priests and nuns and religious killed by the communists who had a hate against the church, which was a symbol for the ancient regime.
In this climate, there was no respect for relics. Valencia and the chalice were in danger. At 9 a.m. on the 21st of July 1936, 4 people celebrated Mass with the Holy Chalice for the last time.
As they said Mass, hordes of soldiers began to surround the cathedral. They were very concerned. One priest locked and bolted the doors. At 10 o'clock, they felt the situation was so serious that they came up with a very dangerous plan. There just happened to be one woman in attendance at this Mass named Maria Sabina Sway. So they asked her to carry out this rather dangerous mission. They enveloped the chalice in silk, wrapped it in a newspaper, and planned to smuggle it out.
Sneaking through the church crypt, she carried her precious parcel beneath her coat. She had to walk through groups of armed soldiers. At any moment, they could discover her hidden treasure. But luck was on her side. Her brave action was just in time.
They entered the chapel of the Holy Grail. They burned all the pews and confessionals. They even burned the tabernacle where it had been kept. The fire was so intense that many paintings and precious works of art were destroyed.
But despite the destruction, the chalice had escaped. When the war finally ended, on March the 30th, 1939, it was brought out of its hiding place in the countryside and returned to the authorities in Valencia, where the chalice has remained in the cathedral ever since.
That story really impressed me, so much so that I felt that even if this weren't the real Holy Grail, I didn't feel it would be a waste of time to investigate it because it was so deserving of having its story told by its own merits.
But the key question for Janice was, if this was the real Grail, how had it got from the Holy Land in the 1st century to 21st century Spain?
Well, of course, it was very important for me to trace the story of this chalice from the beginning. You know, how did it get from Jerusalem to Spain?
Janice needed to work out how the cup might have left Jerusalem in the first place.
Establishing the authenticity of any object that supposedly goes back to Jesus, whether it be the chalice, the cross, the nails, is incredibly difficult, and it requires an awful lot of detective work.
So Janice focused on the events following the Last Supper. Going back to the earliest traditions of the church, she discovered St. Peter was said to have gone from Jerusalem to Rome, where he became the first pope.
Well, we believe that St. Peter was made the head of the church by Jesus himself. He's given the name Peter, which means rock. He is the rock on which the church is built.
Janice felt it likely that because of his importance in early Christianity, St. Peter would have been given the cup and taken it to Rome.
Certainly, something as precious as the cup used by Jesus at that Last Supper surely would have been saved in some way, surely would have been passed down, and St. Peter is the likely sort of person who might end up with it.
She believed he would have then used this cup to celebrate the first Eucharist.
Christians felt that relics were extremely important because they were really a link between past and present. They represented something that was sacred, something beyond human comprehension.
But the fact that it could have been given to St. Peter was hardly proof. She needed to find more evidence. She looked into the earliest traditions of the Eucharist and discovered that when the Mass was codified, it had a very particular form of words.
In the Roman Catholic Mass, you have two different versions of the consecration. You have the general canon and the Roman canon. And the Roman canon says not Christ took the cup in his hands, but it says hunc preclarem calicem, what means this very chalice.
By saying this very chalice, did it mean that when the popes celebrated Mass then, they were using the actual Holy Grail from the Last Supper? Janice believed what is just tradition now was based on actual facts back then.
The Roman canon of the Mass are the words that Jesus spoke at the Last Supper. It originated in Rome with St. Peter and his followers, his successors. So many scholars would believe that this was the actual cup that had been used by Christ and that the popes were very well aware of that fact.
But 200 years after St. Peter may have brought the cup to Rome, disaster struck. Janice discovered that in 257, the Emperor Valerian instigated a systematic persecution of Christians. The bishops of Rome and Carthage were both beheaded, and the Bishop of Toulouse was tied to the tail of a bull and had his brains bashed out.
The Valerian persecution, I think there was more of an effort to just, well, literally, in every sense, decapitate the church. So take the leaders, just kill them by decapitation. Straightforward execution, you know. This is what will happen to you if you carry on in your insane, eccentric religious beliefs.
The Pope at the time was Sixtus II. Knowing he will be executed, the one thing he can do is preserve the cup. Janice read how he summoned a deacon of the church, a Spaniard called Lawrence, and asked him to safeguard the treasure. But the question was, had the Grail been part of those treasures?
So just on a whim, I started flipping through the files, hoping maybe I could find something about the life of St. Lawrence that might mention the fact that he had actually sent this cup of the Last Supper to Spain.
Janice then continued her research and came across an amazing discovery. A copy of a 17th century manuscript containing material she'd never seen before on the life of St. Lawrence.
This I felt was so significant that I ordered copies of the entire manuscript, had them sent to my home in the United States, and began to translate them.
Janice Bennett had discovered the manuscript of Abbot Donato. It told how Pope Sixtus had given the Grail to Lawrence, who, after defying the might of Rome, was put to death in the most horrific manner.
He was placed on a gridiron, having been stripped naked, and he was slowly roasted to death. But such was St. Lawrence's faith and courage that he was able to make light of the situation and even jest as he was being roasted on that gridiron. And he even said at one stage, "Turn me over, I'm done on this side."
But critically, Janice learned from the manuscript that before Lawrence died, he too had passed the chalice on to a fellow Spaniard.
Donato is very explicit. He says, "And he gave to Priscillius." a co-disciple from the homeland of Spain, the cup in which Christ consecrated his blood on the night of the Last Supper. So here we have this direct, very explicit reference. It also provides the name of the Spaniard to whom Lawrence entrusted such an important relic.
So the chalice had escaped with Priscillius, and Janus was building a strong case for Lawrence, getting the Grail to Spain.
According to tradition, he managed to get a Spanish soldier, a legionnaire from Spain, to carry this relic to Huesca, where the parents of St. Lawrence had an estate. So it was kept by the parents, and it was safe there.
So could the chalice have been taken to Huesca, a town in northeastern Spain? Janus traveled there and discovered at first hand how strong the cult of St. Lawrence remains there today. Further evidence linking the Grail to Spain.
In Huesca, it is so evident the importance that St. Lawrence has had for the people for so many years, that this tradition is so deeply enrooted in their culture that the entire town seems to be dedicated to him. I mean, you see these martyrdom motifs everywhere. 3 churches dedicated to St. Lawrence. Really, it's amazing.
But if the chalice had been taken to Huesca, it was there that the trail went cold. And what's more, this coincided with the greatest period of turmoil and religious conflict in Spanish history, the Muslim invasion.
I think it was safe then in Huesca, but the problem was that the Muslims came up from Africa and invaded Spain in the year 711. So at that time, Christians were really forming caravans all over Spain, going to the mountains in the northern parts to hide all the relics because they knew that they weren't safe.
For the next 250 years, there was no mention of the Holy Grail. But then, the records say that in 1037, it reappeared in a secluded monastery high in the Pyrenees.
I think the first time I went to San Juan de la Peña, I was immediately struck by this location. An absolutely magnificent monastery, very simple, but in such an incredible setting in the Pyrenees that it really invokes awe.
San Juan de la Peña was an important strategic location, a burial place of Spanish kings and a safe haven for relics.
A good part of northern Spain stayed Christian throughout this entire process, and that remained a stronghold and the point of resistance against Muslim occupation.
We know the chalice was here in 1037 because of a remarkable historic event.
It was the place where the first Mass in Latin language was celebrated in 1037 at a council where the Roman Mass was introduced into Mozarabic Spain. So when the papal delegate introduced and celebrated for the first time the Roman Mass, he consecrated with this important relic.
After the cardinal had used the Holy Cup of the Last Supper in the celebration of the Mass, San Juan de la Peña became a center for pilgrimage.
So there were thousands of people every year passing by. They liked to tell their stories of the relics along the way. And so the knowledge of this relic became very well known throughout Europe.
However it had got there, From this point on, the cup was hugely venerated on this site as the Holy Grail. Janice believed she had found a firm trail of evidence, taking the chalice from Jerusalem to Rome and now to the north of Spain. She now needed to discover how it got to Valencia. Janice read that after centuries safely stored in the remote monastery of San Juan de la Peña, the Grail was on the move once again. Reading the monastery's records, she discovered how, on September the 26th, 1399, the cup she had seen in the Cathedral of Valencia was handed over by the monks as a gift to the king.
It sets forth all the details of this transfer, of how he took it to his palace, the Aljaferia in Saragossa. And he mentions the fact that this is the cup that Jesus used at the Last Supper and that it was sent to Spain by St. Lawrence.
From then on, she found out that successive monarchs kept the Grail with them, and it moved about their royal courts from Zaragoza to Barcelona, and then finally, Valencia.
And you see it is moving more and more south because during the centuries, the front between the Christian knights and the Muslims moved more and more to the south until in 1492, Spain was completely Christian again.
By 1428, the chalice was in the Cathedral of Valencia, where it has remained ever since. For Janice, it was all coming together. Finally, she believed she had tracked the complete journey of the chalice from Jerusalem to Valencia. But it was now that the difficult questions began. It could conceivably have been a cup that had come from Rome, but that didn't mean it was the cup of Christ used at the Last Supper. Proving that would be much more difficult.
I did most of the work at home, of course. I would have copies of everything made in the National Library or wherever I found them, or when possible, I bought the books themselves and brought them home with me so that I could do it in my own home and piece everything together that way. I took many photographs along the way so that I would have that record as well.
Amongst the problems she faced were the many rival grails.
Well, we believe that by the 16th century, there were at least 20 chalices or other objects that claimed to be the Holy Grail.
There are three well-known grails today. The Genoa chalice, now proven to be a glass dish of Islamic origin.
Then we have the Antioch chalice, which is a beautiful silver work with a lot of decoration and human figures around. But the human figures alone prove that it must be Byzantine, because in Judaism, human figures were forbidden.
And if the Antioch chalice was too recent, then the wooden Nantius cup, with no provenance before the 19th century, was no contender either. One by one, Janice ruled out the pretenders. But how could she prove that the cup in Valencia was the real one? The solution had to be in proper archaeological testing.
For one thing, the object needs at least to be intrinsically plausible. So it needs to be something that does come from the 1st century, or at least plausibly comes from the 1st century, is something that somebody like Jesus, a Jewish peasant from Galilee, might have had, or his sponsors or friends might have had.
Janice discovered that the only detailed independent scientific analysis done on the chalice was by Dr. Antonio Beltran in the 1960s.
Professor Beltran was the professor at the University of Zaragoza, a leading Spanish archaeologist who, in the 1960s, was commissioned by the Archbishop of Valencia to study the relic of the Santo Cáliz from an archaeological point of view and to date it.
A prolific academic author and one of Spain's leading archaeologists, Beltran was also an expert on artwork of the ancient world.
Dr. Beltran felt that he didn't have to worry about whether or not it was authentic, that he could just proceed without concern about what the church would think if he saw that this wasn't possible to have been on the table of the Last Supper.
Dr. Beltran's findings were startling. He stated that the chalice was made up of 3 distinct parts: the base, the stem, and the upper cup, and they were all from different periods. The gold work linking the base to the upper cup was the most recent.
At a certain point, probably in the 14th century, those 2 stone elements are put together. The gold work seems very much in keeping with what gold work is in Spain in the 14th century.
If you see the golden frame, this is clearly medieval work. There's no question about it.
Dr. Beltran said the base was made of chalcedony stone. He concluded it was probably an inverted incense burner, chosen as a base to support the cup because of its similarity in color and material. But its design and poor quality of craftsmanship indicated it was possibly from as late as the 9th century, and so couldn't have anything to do with the true Grail. Beltran then focused all his attention on the upper cup. It too was made from chalcedony, but exquisitely crafted and of a very high quality, similar to those made at a very specific period of time.
And he dated it into the Hellenistic period, 3rd to 1st century before Christ. And you can prove it very easily that this dating is correct by just comparing it with other archaeological discoveries from this period.
And there was more than it just dating from the right period. According to Beltran, the upper cup was a great example of a luxury stone item from the skilled workshops of the Eastern Mediterranean, the very area Jesus Christ came from.
He said that these stone cups were fabricated in workshops in Egypt, Syria, and the Mediterranean, that they were actually very common in Greek and Roman times, and that they were used on luxurious tables. They were almost entirely made of hard stone, like chalcedony, and they were very expensive to make.
Critically, these valuable vessels stopped being manufactured around 50 AD, when they were replaced by glassware, which was cheaper and quicker to produce. So according to Beltran, the upper cup is definitely of the right design and type, from the right place and period. But trying to tie a specific object to a specific moment in history, like the Last Supper, is almost impossible.
There's no way to prove scientifically it was the cup of Christ. But what you can prove is that there is a possibility that it was used by Christ.
To try and find that proof, Janice went back to the historical context of the Last Supper. Could this have been the type of cup Jesus might have used?
Jesus was Jewish, and the chalice of the Last Supper was used for a Seder, for a Passover meal.
The Bible tells how in the last week of his life, Jesus went to Jerusalem to celebrate the feast of Passover. Passover is one of the most important festivals in the Jewish year. At this time, Jewish people remember how God liberated them from slavery under the pharaohs in ancient Egypt. In preparation for the Passover meal, everything must be thoroughly cleansed or koshered. Anything porous or with cavities that cannot be ritually purged isn't used. So the chalice used for wine at the Last Supper had to have been pure. This would have ruled out wood and other materials.
They also did not use a clay chalice, because clay might have had little captivities in it. They did not use silver, because silver was used for pagan coins, and you had pagan deities imprinted on it.
Stone was the obvious answer.
You find stone vessels all over the Holy Land in Jewish settlements from the time of Christ, in which they kept water for purification. So the perfect choice would have been a stone vessel. And indeed, the Holy Grail in Valencia is a stone vessel made out of beautiful agate.
It was the type of cup that would have been used at such a celebration because it was hard, it was non-porous.
But this sheer craftsmanship and quality presented an entirely new problem. How could Jesus, who famously wanted nothing to do with wealth and riches, be using such a valuable cup? Once again, Janice looked to the Bible for clues. Looking back at the accounts of the Last Supper, in the book of Mark, she discovered that the Last Supper was held in a cenacle, or dining room. And there was something unusual about this room.
According to Christians and many biblical scholars, the owner of the cenacle was a wealthy man. And we know that because it insinuates that in the Bible, that this was held in an upstairs room. There were servants present.
At that time, having a house with a first floor and servants would imply considerable wealth. If she is right, Jesus was an honored guest of a wealthy family. And on an occasion as special as Passover, it is likely that only the very best tableware would have been used.
So it was natural, because this was a very expensive cup. It would have been priceless for this family even before the Last Supper took place.
So if the upper cup was the type of cup used at the time, it begged the final question. Why had it been joined with medieval goldwork and studded with jewels? Janice discovered that embellishing relics was a popular practice in the Middle Ages.
Obviously, it stands to reason if you've got something incredibly holy, why not make it holier? I mean, you want to give people their money's worth when they come and see it, so deck it up in gold and jewels, whatever you've got to hand. There's a cynical element to that, of course. You know, it is effectively a tourist attraction. But there's also a more spiritual dimension as well. After Constantine, suddenly Christianity becomes a bit more worldly, and there's a greater sense of beauty as a spiritual path. So studying beauty would lead you to the true beauty, that is God. And Christians were quite enthusiastic about this.
But she also discovered there was a practical reason for the cup's transformation into a long-stemmed chalice.
It is easier to celebrate Mass when you have a stem to hold on to and a weighted base. There's less chance of an accident happening during the Mass. It's about spilling some of the precious blood.
For Janice, it was all making sense.
As all these pieces started coming together for me, I was really amazed by the incredible mosaic of art, culture, and history that was taking shape before my eyes.
From a valued family heirloom blessed by Jesus at the Last Supper, the Grail traveled to Rome, and was used by the early popes to establish and practice the Holy Mass. During the Valerian persecutions, this same cup was bravely spirited away to northern Spain, where it had become a rallying point for Christianity. And then from the 14th century, it became a prized treasure of the kings of Aragon, before entering Valencia's cathedral in 1428, where it has remained almost ever since.
It really had all the makings of being one of the greatest stories in the history of humanity.
"11 years after first seeing the chalice, Janice was now convinced that the cup in the Cathedral of Valencia is the Holy Grail.
Really, this whole quest for me, I feel sometimes like I was led on it, that it was from something beyond me, because I have no idea how it happened.
She wrote up all her findings in the form of a book, St. Lawrence and the Holy Grail, the story of the Holy Chalice of Valencia.
It's really now for the first time that people who go to the cathedral and enter the chapel of the Holy Grail can actually appreciate the rich history of this relic, that they can understand all the sacrifices that were made by so many people throughout the centuries, that they can really comprehend all the near misses with destruction this relic has suffered throughout the years, and appreciate its history more.
Of course, it is impossible to say for certain that this is the Holy Grail. There are many skeptics who are sure it isn't, and to a large degree, it comes down to circumstantial evidence.
I guess the Valencia story is as plausible as any is for the last resting place of the Holy Chalice. The problem is it has a whole bunch of weak links. We have to accept that it was kept. We have to accept that it was taken to Rome. We have to accept that the story of Lawrence taking it to Spain is actually true. And we have to accept that, well, they did manage to hang on to it in Spain for all that time. But there's nothing impossible about any of them. You know, we don't need to believe in any miracles for this to be true. So it's possible.
For the faithful, the archaeological evidence doesn't refute the authenticity of the chalice, so no one can rule it out as the Holy Grail. And there are people in Spain who certainly believe it is authentic.
So the chalice is a wonderful link with the past, in the present. It keeps tradition alive. Often it is very important in defining identity, the identity of a particular town or a church or a province. And it does help to unlock the mysteries of our faith, to bring home to people things that happened way back in the biblical past.
In more recent times, the Valencia chalice has become more widely accepted. It seemed to have even received the endorsement of the highest Catholic authority.
In recent years, there have been 2 papal visits to Valencia.
The first was by Pope John Paul II in 1983.
He venerated the Holy Chalice. He touched it. And there's a wonderful picture of him kissing the chalice, and then a bit later he was able to use it at the celebration of Mass. And if we are to believe that this was the custom of the popes in the early centuries of the Church, then it was very much a return to papal custom, papal tradition, and the first time in over 1700 years that the Pope had used that chalice for Mass. It's nice to believe that anyway.
The second papal visit was in 2006, when Pope Benedict XVI also celebrated with the Holy Chalice.
On the square in front of the cathedral, he called it the famous relic of the Santo Calice, which was very important because it was a recognition of the relic status. It was not only a symbol, but indeed a relic.
Pope Benedict's choice of words, this most famous chalice, from the Roman canon, seemed to support the tradition of the Holy Chalice of Valencia without actually authenticating it. But for some of the faithful, the question whether it is or isn't real doesn't matter. What is much more important is the meaning behind the quest for the Grail.
So in a way, the Holy Grail has become bigger than simply an old cup that Jesus may or may not have used at the Last Supper. It really symbolizes something at the very heart of our human life.
For people, for Christians all over the world, this represents salvation. It represents the sacrament of the Eucharist, something beyond this world, something that we can look forward to when we die, a better place where everyone will be happy.
Today, this most famous chalice remains on show in Valencia's great cathedral for all to see, a focal point for belief and worship.
We have to really admire and look at the faith of many, many generations. And in a way, the devotion of generations of Christians gives a relic a certain sanctity in itself. The fact that it's been the focus of prayer, that it's been the means of people encountering God, whether or not the relic is historically valid, that in itself gives a certain authenticity to the relic.